Somebody thank you. It was absolutely fantastic. Quick orientation of the club. I think Henry's been about 3 hours, so you probably know where everything is. There's room 6 bathrooms to the right as you go through the club. Quick on the token, it is going to be Consolidation. Consolidation works around 2 sides. Most of the country is Gavin. Gavin will bowl half clear to Nazar, and then he's going to get in. Half of everybody's bowled themselves quick for this.
Welcome to the Groot Drakenstein Games Club, the home of the Groot Drakenstein Cricket Club here in the beautiful Winelands district of the Western Cape, just about 40 kilometers outside of Cape Town, and hosting the match here today between Zimbabwe and Australia in the International Masters Cricket Over 40 World Cup. The umpires Chris Roos and Sadiq Meyer are out in the middle. We have a delayed start today, due to start at 10:15. We are now starting at 12:30, so just a few minutes away from the start. And the news here from the ground is that Zimbabwe have won the toss and elected to bowl first in this match, reduced to 40 overs per side. So we are going to go a bit later on into the evening than perhaps we would normally do, but very importantly for us, we are going to get almost a full game in today. And they umpires out in the middle, as I say, Chris Lewis and Sadiq Meyer. We're waiting for the opening batsman. Australia at this stage second in this Division A, as Zimbabwe are at the moment sitting in, I think it is third or fourth position within this group. Just to go through the table for you, Zimbabwe third in the group, Canada fourth in the group, USA fifth and Namibia sixth. It is the USA that are playing against us, that are currently playing against Namibia, England against Canada, and now the match starting now, Zimbabwe against Australia. And this match could well determine, in fact there is a very slim outside chance, if Zimbabwe do win the match today, they could get into second position, but it is a very, very slim possibility, as we are going to see opening bowler for Zimbabwe, who's going to be coming in to bowl from this end, number 43 on his back, and that is going to be, I think that's Pete Rinka, who's going to be bowling for Zimbabwe. So, and Pete Rinker number 43. On our program it was indicated his number was 23, but that actually is Stephen Seeger's number. So we have Pete Rinker number 43 on his back, that is going to be opening the bowling. Medium pacer, all-rounder, has played List A and played one-day international cricket for Zimbabwe. Did Pete Rinker, and really great to opening a batter for Australia. Number 5 is Cos Beadle, and I see they've changed the batting order around slightly. It's going to be Cos Beadle and is Ryan Armstrong on this side opening the batting for Australia. So number 5 Cos Beadle, and privileged to have here sitting next to me.
Yeah, hi
Ray,
James, it's Ray Buchanan here. Austin Corcoran will be joining you guys shortly.
Wonderful, and great to have Ray Buchanan here from the Zimbabwean team. Pete Rinker going to be bowling the first ball from the northern end of the ground, the Solms Delta Farm, or the Paarl end of the ground, and the right arm over the wicket to the left-handed. My goodness, left-handed Cos Beadle, and just is in the air for a little while, but not able to, doesn't go as far as the man coming in from extra cover. That's Bertus Erasmus, number 8. And certainly, Ray, you'll be able to help with some of the fielders. I'll get used to them as we go through the day.
Absolutely.
Great to have you with us here on commentary. That's very nicely played by Beadle, and that's coming down to the boundary. It will be the first boundary of the day for Beadle, and he gets off the mark with that boundary. So Cos Beadle there goes to 4 at his first boundary of the day. Just played it down through the vacant mid-on area, mid-on quite wide there. And that is the captain, is it? No, it's not the captain, sorry. Arthur Harley, yeah. Is it?
Yeah, James, that was Charlie who took a bit of a chase to go and get it. But we've obviously, Zim have brought in, I think, a couple of their guys to sit either side of the bat after that first little lob ball. Yeah. Anticipating maybe a little bit of stickiness in the pitch, who knows, based on the weather that we've had this morning, waiting for everything to... No, I don't think that sight screen
No, the sight screen's not going to move, no. No, not at all. Yeah, so we just had to wait for the start, as it's going to be changing the line to around the wicket now. Pete Rinker, and yeah, sorry, you were saying, Ray, just we're trying to get a handle there as he's coming around the wicket. Sight screens here are certainly not going to be able to move.
No, absolutely not. And I think with a bit of greenery behind them, as you, I don't know if you can see on the far side. Yeah. We'll see how easy it is to pick that pink up. Obviously, we've had a few instances where everyone's been asking for the side screens to be moved. It's not an easy ball to see when it's coming through. No, it's yeah, the white ball probably against the black background here would have been a bit easier. Perhaps the orange ball maybe slightly easier than the red ball without the sight screen, but still difficult. Nice solid forward defensive there. Good ball, good cricket all round, I think.
Yeah, very good so far, and keeping it on that line and length outside the something very important. This wicket is same wicket was played on Friday for the UAE Wales game, and there, very high scoring game, 301 for 7 it was 305 for 7 for the UAE. It's just angling into the pads. Beadle just defends into the leg side, and that's picked up there. Who's that?
Trevor Gripper there.
That's Trevor Gripper, number 75. Right, perfect. We'll get to use it just at a short mid-wicket position. So interesting field there with Mark Farrell in at that shortish mid-off position. That's angled down to the man in the gully, so no slip in place, but there is a man in the gully. And who's that, Ray?
I think that would be Dougie.
That's Dougie. Okay, yeah. Dougie Marilia, the captain of Zimbabwe, in the gully. And that is the end of the first over. Australia 4 without loss after 1 over. And
Mark Nicol coming into bowl now.
Okay, Mark Nicol going to be bowling from the southern end of the ground, looking as we look towards the Yonkers area down south there, the southern end of the ground, known, they call it here the R45 end, after the road that goes past, Regional Road 45. We like to, also that's the end at which we have Stellenbosch behind the Jonkershoek range here in front of us, and Jonkershoek Nature Reserve, a beautiful part of the country. You can hike through there up into these mountains. It's absolutely beautiful.
It's quite something, really. I mean, every pitch we've been on, there's been a backdrop of some kind, but today is certainly that the clouds are slowly starting to pull up over the mountains. You can actually see how picturesque it actually is. It's absolutely breathtaking.
Truly one of the most beautiful settings for cricket. That oh, that one, oh, he takes the glove, and he's very lucky, Ryan Armstrong, to get away with that one. Oh, he doesn't take the glove, must have maybe gone off the arm. It's signalled leg byes there by umpire Chris Roos, who's standing at the southern end of the ground. So for all love and money that may have been
interesting. I think the moisture playing a bit of part there. That's what the guys will be looking at, both from the bowling and the batting perspective. He drops another one short just to see what batsman does, just to say hello, how's your father, we're all good. Very comfortably left. Batsman not looking interested really.
No, I think very important now on this wicket to just to see what it's like, get a bit of a view of it. And that was another short one. That one he's dealt with very well, but it's gone down to the man at long leg. And
Charlie picks it up and gets it back in.
Some good fielding there, just getting right behind it. No chance of a second run. The outfield here is quite nice and fast.
I think it's going to move today for sure. I mean, this is obviously the first time we've been here, but you were here the other day.
Yeah, here the other day, so it's a very good outfield, probably the fastest outfield certainly that I've been seen in this tournament so far, and certainly looking at and understanding what's happening in the other grounds. Probably it's quite hard, the outfield.
Yeah, and it looks very hard. The grass is nice and short, so I think you get anything through the inside of the of your fielders, it's going to race off.
It is indeed. It's just probably a little bit good to have a bit of the rain. And that one is almost tennis ball bounce, is signalled wide by the umpires. That one just probably a little bit too short from Mark Nicol. So everybody has their nicknames, don't they, Ray?
Yeah, there's some that we can share, and there's others that just stay within the team.
A bit down the leg side, and signal second wide of the over from Mark Nicol. It's Nicol or Nicol? How do you pronounce the surname? Nicol. Yep. So it is Nicol. Right, just to make sure I got that right. Always good to. He's coming out around the wicket. It's into the pads of Beadle, and he's already shown that he is ruthless on anything that is over pitched, and that has gone through to the long on boundary for 4. And just a retrieving job there in the field for who's that?
It's Bertie Erasmus.
Bertie Erasmus, number 8. Yeah, I thought there was a single number on his back.
As we were saying, looking at this field, it's going to race off if it gets past you on the inside. There's a little nick there. That sounded like it was, and it has
been given out, and that is a big wicket for Zimbabwe early on. And Mark Nicol takes the wicket there. That is outstanding for the Zimbabwean team, as Ray goes and does some drinks duty there, and a huge wicket for them. Cos Beadle, who is right up there in terms of the runs scored for Australia in the tournament, and one of the top run scorers in the tournament so far, gets the edge, and it comes through to the wicket keeper, and really good stuff there from Zimbabwe. First up, gets it in the right areas, just outside that off stump. And whilst there's not as much little movement there from them, and it's Neil Ferreira that takes the catch, the wicket keeper. So Beadle is out. Caught Ferreira, bowled by Nicol, and just the 8, I think, that he scored. Yeah. We'll get that now. It's 15 for the loss of 1, and scoring the 9. It was 8. 8 to Beadle. Armstrong has just the 1 so far. That pull shot down to long leg. So immediate success for Mark Nicol with the 5th ball of his first over. So the first wicket goes down with a score on 15 after 1.5 overs, and the batter out there, Cos Beadle. A good wicket to get. Beadle, as I say, one of the top players so far here on the run charts. And the last ball of the over now to be bowled, and the new batter is Greg Hunt for Australia, number 11, and that's down the leg side and hit something, but
I'd love to know what that hit.
Sure what that was. I don't think it hit anything, according to the batter. Hit nothing. Umpire Chris Roos obviously feeling that it did hit something. It was going to be a very loud appeal. It was a half an appeal, wasn't there, from Zimbabwe?
Almost got me going
yeah,
over
no,
here,
it looked like it's sometimes those are difficult ones down the leg side.
Absolutely.
It's so certainly something hit something there going through.
Well,
umpire giving nothing.
I think our cameraman to the left of us here has just said that he thinks that came off the pad. He's got a nice close-up view there, I'm sure.
He does. And cameraman Scott. So this broadcast being brought to you by Pitch Vision, and we are really privileged to be bringing this match through to you here today. Pitch Vision, one of the main sponsors. We'll go through the sponsors and that at the end of this Pit Rinka over. But Rinka going to be continuing the attack to Armstrong. Armstrong just on a single, and with him now Greg Hunt, who's just come to the crease with the loss of Cos Beadle's wicket. And just looking at those runs, that's well left outside the off stump. Cos Beadle 4th, and in fact the top Australian batter so far, 234 runs before this innings that he scored, and that really at an average high score of 88, strike rate of 91, average of 78 before this match. So a very good inning, a very good wicket to get for Zimbabwe first up this afternoon. That's very well played down, but I think the wideish third man is going to pick it up, and it's just the one for Armstrong, and just a little bit short outside the off stump, not too wide. He played it very nicely, did Armstrong, down to a third man. So some in this Zimbabwean team, Ray, you've got quite a few former Test and Zimbabwe players. Pit Rinka, one of them.
Absolutely. You've got the likes Douglas Marilia, Trevor Gripper, Neil Ferreira, but a lot of them obviously the younger ones in the team, obviously having smaller stints over the early 2000s.
That's right, yes. Rinka away from us now. That's very nicely bowled, and that not quite going on to the stumps of Hunt's bat, and Australia just need to be very watchful here today. This wicket is coming on, it looks like quite nicely. A little bit of moisture underneath, a little bit of rain here we had this morning, which delayed the start. A slightly wet patch on the bowler's landing point on the return crease, so on the popping crease. So it's Rinka again, and that's again angled down, but the man coming around from that gully position does the fielding. And who's that in the gully? It's Trevor Gripper in the gully. So the captain, is it Doug Marilia at first slip, and Gripper, who's what a sort of third slip position as we look at it now. Difficult sometimes to get the fielding positions correct when you're on ground level.
Absolutely, and I think they just want to get a gauge of the pitch first, see what it's doing, how the ball's moving in the air, and I think there'll be a lot of action to start off with in that little area that we've been seeing a lot of the balls going to. Obviously with the fall of the first wicket, there's going to be a lot of encouragement from the Zim side, looking to probe those areas and try and get the batsmen to do what they don't really want to do. But still some very solid batting so far. Just a lot of respect to the ball and nothing really being pushed at.
And certainly even with a 40 over game, there's plenty of time to get yourself in. That's beautifully played, but equally well fielded there at backward point. Some outstanding work there Trenchard. At backward point by Stephen Trenchard. And it really was well picked up. That one was moving very nicely towards him. And at the end of the over, just a single off that one from Pit Rinka. So just one off the second of his overs, and 16 for one now after 3 overs are Australia. We've got Greg Hunt, and we have Greg Hunt coming in at number 3 it was, and we've got Ryan Armstrong in the middle for Australia. a man out already. The top batter so far, Cos Beadle, who scored 8, just the 2 boundaries before he was well caught at the wicket by Ferreira. Just a great delivery to the left-hander from Mark Nicol. It was probably holding its line outside the off stump and just got the edge through to Ferreira, the wicket keeper. So good start for Zimbabwe, and Australia will be looking now to consolidate with these two, and not going to have anything to do with that one. So you had a good time so far here in
James,
South Africa?
It's been brilliant. Yeah, it really has been good, and equally speaking to you guys earlier, I think you guys are having a good time.
Yeah, we are indeed. It's been wonderful. Just on the line of middle and leg. It's going to be a little bit of a chase out there for the fielder. Left arm throwing it in, and Ray's going to help me with that one. Is that Gavin Rennie fielding out there? Thank you. It's helped. So we have got 2 slips. We've got a third man. We've got a man at backward point. We've got a cover, some more extra cover. We've got no man at mid off. That's played very nicely down again to the man at long leg. Armstrong, yes, it is Armstrong, who came in to open the batting with Beadle. Armstrong just angling that one down to long leg, and they take yet another single. Oh, Hunt there, very fortunate off the inside edge to get that one through down to the boundary for 4. Rinker can't cut that one off, and it is a lucky boundary there for Hunt, his first boundary of the innings, but that could so easily, how far was that away from the off stump?
I don't think I can use the terminology on here, I can tell you that right now. Wow, that was
a layer of paint away, I think it was, from that off stump. Could so easily have been another wicket for Zimbabwe. And just angling into the pads once again. It's going to be another chase for Gavin Rennie out there into the leg side. And he picks it up, throws it in, not before they're back for 2. So end of the over, and the score has gone to 25 for the loss of 1. So 9 off that over, probably a lucky 9. Certainly 4 of those coming through down in front of us with a false shot outside the off stump. So
and a bit of paint off the wickets, maybe.
Yeah, I think so. Just a slight layer that was just shaved off by that orange ball.
Yep.
And yeah, it's been good up front here from Zimbabwe, and particularly it has been very good work from Pete Rinker for he didn't take the wicket. Mark Nicol got the wicket, but he's been very economical. Just the 5 of his 2 overs so far. Nicol getting the wicket of Beadle caught behind. Oh, there's a full go outside the off stump. Does Armstrong, and that could so easily have been the second wicket for Zimbabwe, just tempting him outside the off stump. That's a good delivery. In fact, maybe it was a little bit wide, but the length was right.
It was. I think it was just a good ball. He probably looked like he leant back on it a bit much, and I think you've got to be very careful with the movement in the beginning here. Like you said, there's lots of overs, and we'll see.
That's
a little bit shorter there, and well dealt with.
He does deal with that really well. He's been certainly seems to be able to play that short ball exceptionally well. Does the batter Ryan Armstrong? That's his first boundary, and takes Australia through to 29 for the loss of 1. So just too short and wide on that occasion. And the margins here on this pitch, actually, as you've probably seen in most of the ground, but the margins on this pitch are really tight. Too short and you are going to get punished. Much better delivery into the middle and leg into the pads, and that's fielded by Erasmus here at mid-on. Just a single running through very quickly for the single there. It's good running from these two. It's been actually a bit of a feature that we've certainly, with the batters up front, we've seen some really good running from a lot of the teams.
You know, James, I think that's also been part of the game plan that everyone's noticed.
It's getting a little bit short, but that's straight into the cover region, and that's well fielded by Mark Farrell there in the covers.
Yeah, with the size of the fields that we've been getting, and sometimes the pace of the ball in the outfield, you know, if you push your first ones and twos, you know, you could almost squeeze out threes on some occasions, and those who haven't capitalized on it have somewhat, you know, obviously fallen short sometimes in the innings when you look at the amount of runs that guys have missed out on. So fitness has been key for the 40s.
That's again very nicely played and easily through for the single. Once again to the man at mid-on. No pace off the bat there, allowing them to come through for the one. But a very good point, Ray. I mean, we saw that on Friday here as well, that the you know, this outfield on the one side, very long outfield. If you're looking at to the offside of the field, we're looking at it now, and our view is quite a long boundary, and fielders in the circle, get it through there, slows down. There is an opportunity for three. It's in the air and just to the left of the man at gully. That's Trevor Gripper, I think it is, just diving to his left. He made a valiant attempt there.
I tell you what, it's lovely to see him even get that elevation off the ground, the way some of the guys have been feeling, but great effort. Yeah, just happened to trickle down there to third man and
just take the single to take the score at the end of 5-32 for the loss of 1. The man out as we hear 750 Kawasaki go past.
Wow, went by too quickly for me to even notice, to be honest.
I don't know what it was. So it wasn't Brad Binder. He's only going to be in action for South Africa on the MotoGP circuit in a few weeks' time. So it's going to be Mark Nicol to continue. So third over there from Rinke going for 7. And 32 for the loss of 1. The wicket that did fall. Very good delivery from Nicol, just getting the outside edge of Cos Beadle's bat, and he was back in the pavilion for 8. That is going to be called no ball, and it's going to come down for 4 in front of us. And unfortunate there, just that one slipping out of the hand of Mark Nicol and through Neil Ferreira down to the boundary. That is a no ball for height. And that is going to be 5 no balls, not what Zimbabwe would have wanted, but just slipping out of the hand. Free hit. And what is Ryan Armstrong going to do? We know he's harsh on anything short, and it is short, and that's down the leg side for a wide. And he's going to have to bowl that one again. Be another free hit. Be signalled by the umpire. Much better. And that's played up and over onto the leg side. It is not going to get there for 6. In fact, not even going to get to the boundaries. It just pitches and slows down and chased out there. Who's that? Is that Mark Farrow? Mark Farrow chased that out to the boundary. He's at mid-wicket on the edge of the circle. There's 2 there for the batters off that free hit. So Armstrong not able to take advantage of it, and that once again is another no ball. That's again slipping out of the hand. It goes down here for 4 through the hand of Neil Ferreira, unfortunately for Zimbabwe, and another no ball. And there is going to be a discussion now between umpire and captain, and that's the second one. So he's been withdrawn from the attack.
Yep.
And that is a real blow for Zimbabwe. Umpire Chris Roos, who's withdrawn Mark Nicol from the attack. 2 full toss balls that came through above waist height in this over, and 2 that went through for 5 no balls. And
I'm not too sure what the laws are on that one at this tournament. If you could fill us in, James, you might know.
Well, the laws of cricket are if you bowl 2, then you're withdrawn from the attack. Yes.
Game over. End of story.
That's it.
Hey,
End of story.
Bowling.
Yeah, that's the laws of cricket.
Okay.
So they obviously, there are sometimes playing conditions that may indicate otherwise, but the laws of cricket state if you bowl 2 full pitched deliveries above waist height, and it may be deemed as dangerous to the batter, that you're then withdrawn from the attack.
And that's within the over.
That's it. No, it's in any game. Any game. Okay. So it is not just restricted to within an over. The umpires keep a note of that, and that is just very unfortunate for Zimbabwe at such an early stage to have lost their opening bowler.
Yeah, no, I don't think Mark's going to be too happy with himself, obviously.
No.
A bit of a disappointment. But rules are there for a purpose, for the safety of the players, I'm sure, as well, and cricket continues.
Indeed, and that's a free hit played up into the air, and it's will be taken, but there is no catch because it is a free hit, and so not able to take full advantage of that ball from Albertus Erasmus. But it was actually a good catch that he took out there off the no ball. Who we're looking at out there, is that that's Mark Nicol, is it? That took,
yes,
just been withdrawn from the attack. And now 46 for 1 at the moment in the 6th over. This over having already gone for 14. That's nicely angled by Armstrong. Sorry, not by Armstrong, by Hunt, down to the man at deep backward square. Yeah, so very unfortunate for the team that Mark's out of the attack.
Yeah, James. He was obviously looking like he was struggling maybe a little bit there. Don't quite know what happened, but
it's a wet ball.
Could be a wet ball, could be anything.
Yeah, could be anything.
Obviously, we know Mark and how passionate he is about his bowling and playing the game itself, so he'll be quite disappointed with himself, I'm sure, but at the end of the day, we've got to move on, put it behind us, and just keep playing a good game of cricket.
Yeah, and certainly it wouldn't have been his intention to bowl a delivery like that.
Absolutely not, no.
It's slipped out of the hand, or something difficult, and Albertus Erasmus finishes the over off for Mark Nicol, and 47 it is now for the loss of 115 off that over, and just try to record what happened there. So he gets the wicket, does Mark Nicol, with an excellent delivery to get Cos Beadle, and now unfortunately with the 2 full toss balls above waist height that he bowled in the over has been withdrawn from the attack, and Erasmus finishing off the over for him. So Erasmus, we're just waiting for the scorers, they're going to sort that out, but Erasmus bowled 3 balls there and just conceded the 1 run. So we'll just keep an eye on that so I know what's going on. So Mark would have bowled 0.3 balls in the over there and conceded 14. So it's 47 for the loss of 1. Rinker away from us again.
Shapes that one away a little bit, looks like, from this angle.
Yeah, it looks like a little bit of movement away. There is a bit of a breeze blowing from the Franschhoek side here. It's actually a bit swirly at the moment, the breeze. Earlier on coming from the south. And we're trying to protect our microphone here is pretty much multi-directional, so trying to make sure you don't have too much wind noise. It's a good delivery from Rinker.
Really well played as well.
Yeah, it was very well played, just coming forward defensively into the offside. And that's fielded by Farrell in the covers. So we have, what have we got? We've got a slip, we've got a gully, third man, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off. And on the leg side, just the man at mid-on, and at long leg, it's a 7-2 offside leg side field.
There he is.
And he's caught it. That's a brilliant catch in the gully region there. Great catch by Trevor Gripper. That's been in that area and plays the shot. Does Armstrong? It does Hunt. He's strong outside that offside, and he plays it into the hands of the fielder Trevor Gripper at backward at the gully position. Takes a very sharp catch there, does Gripper, and the second Australian wicket falls with the score on 47. So 47 for the loss of 2, partnership of 32 between these two, and Rinker gets his first wicket off the 3rd ball of his 4th over. So Rinker there taking that wicket of Greg Hunt. He's caught by Gripper, and he's bowled by Rinker. Two former Zimbabwean senior players. Pete Rinker having played 18 List A matches for Zimbabwe, and Trevor Gripper having played test matches and one-day internationals for Zimbabwe. So very, very good sharp catch there by Trevor Gripper, and the second Australian wicket is down as Rinker comes for his 4th ball of his over, and that's nicely pitched up and just played straight to the man at mid-off, Bertie Erasmus, and in at bat now for Australia. I'm not sure who we have there. Is it the captain? Is it Jeff Hemming? Justin Poole, right, so Justin Poole here was destined to come and open the bat. He's coming in at 4, and that's played straight down the ground. That's a good shot by Justin Poole, and that's gone for 4 here to the right of us here at the straightish mid-on position, and Poole gets off the mark with a boundary. Justin Poole coming in at number 4.
Yeah, that ball just going a little bit fuller than normal. As you were saying earlier, you pitch it just slightly fuller or slightly shorter.
Absolutely.
Either way, you got to try and hit that penny every time.
You do. That's exactly where you want to be bowling it. Just on a length, just short of a length, and very good ball to finish the over by Rinke. He'll be upset that he conceded that boundary. He looks upset that he conceded the boundary.
Yep, you can see that's bugging him.
But 4 off the over only, and Australia go to their 50 with that particular shot. 51 for 1 now. They are 51 for 2. Sorry, apologies. 51 for 2, and that 50 coming up in the 7th over. So batting at just over 7 runs to the over, and much of that. Hi, how are you, Richard? I've got Richard van Husselen here, the long-standing member of the club here at Groot Drakenstein. Wonderful, been a member here since 1978. Has Richard, former president of the club, and really wonderful to chat to him on Friday just around the history of this club, which is incredible. And it's going to be Erasmus 2. Is it? No, this is Doug Marilia bowling. So Marilia bringing himself on, bowling his right arm off breaks from the southern end of the ground, the R45 end. And first delivery just a dot out into the offside there by Armstrong. Armstrong on 22 at the moment, and the 2 boundaries for him so far. I'll just check that. I'll check that with my scorer Labiba now. And that's a big appeal. Oh, it's a very good appeal. Probably just angling down leg side. Chris Ruiz is signalling as such to Dougie Marilia. That one's going to just go a little bit down leg. Looked a very good shout, didn't it?
No, Dougie definitely just threw that one up a little bit more and happened to just drop on him, I think, and a little bit over it, and very close shot, but as you said, umpire calling it down leg.
That one's a bit faster from Marilia this time, but very well picked up in that cover field at Mark Farrow, is it, number 11 on his back. Just getting used to the fielders here. So for the off spinner, we have a short man at short. Third man. Have we got a man deep on the boundary?
No,
we don't yet. No,
just on the square leg side.
So first power play. This match reduced to 40 overs. First power play 14 overs, 13 and 13. A 40 over game. 3 men allowed outside the circle in the first power play. Marilia in towards us again. Just shortish outside the off stump, but that's played. It's played through the man there at point. I thought he'd got down to field that one. That's very unfortunate for Zimbabwe, and apologising to his captain there. And Ray, who's that?
That's Simon Seeger. Yeah, he probably came down with a bit of altitude sickness and didn't quite get accustomed to the sea level by his feet. So he's obviously looking quite frustrated with himself. Obviously, he said it just kind of skidded through and didn't bounce for what he was hoping for. Maybe hit a bit of the moisture that's left in the field, if there is any on the grass.
Could well have done, and that sport what up until that time was a maiden over by the captain. So 55 for 2 after 8, just under the 7 and over for Australia so far. And unsurprisingly, it is going to be Pete Rinke to continue. Man who's played 18 ODIs for Zimbabwe in his time. It's a good delivery outside the off stump. Hard-hitting batsman.
Yes, absolutely. He's certainly not someone that likes to hang around, from what I've noticed in the nets. Obviously haven't got to see much of him having come over from the UK, but I think these conditions are suiting him quite nicely, especially with the ball as well. And he can shape it both ways, and I'm pretty sure he'll be knowing what to do here. Runs a cricket academy at the school, I believe, and the head of cricket.
It's wonderful to hear. That's in the air, and that should be out, and he's taken. Yes, it is. And Mark Farrar, who's been doing some very good fielding in the covers there, thanks Ray, takes the catch, and Ray's on his way with more refreshments for the team. And that really is excellent breakthrough there, as it is the dangerous Justin Poole, who is back on his way back to the pavilion. And Poole has scored just the 4 it was for Poole, and Rinker takes the wicket there for Zimbabwe. And it is Australia now that have moved to 55 for the loss of 3. Just an 8-run partnership between those 2 batters, Armstrong and Poole. And Armstrong still there, and he'll be joined now by a new batter coming out to the crease. We're trying to see who that is. This was like Jeff Hemming, if I'm right. Let's just see who's coming out to the crease. Jeff Hemming from New South Wales, and it is indeed Jeff Hemming coming to the crease, number 6. So Jeff Hemming coming in at 5. He's on number 6 on his back. He's coming in at number 5, and he's there because Justin Poole has been caught by Mark Farrar at coming in from his position at cover. One that he played up into the air. It was just perhaps a little bit too full to play the not too full, too short to play that shot. It was a very good delivery outside the line of the off stump at just short of a length and up into the air off the outer half of the bat. That's another delivery just on the right length, angling in to the man at angling into the batter, the new batter Jeff Hemming, and Robertson Chingengatere, who does the fielding out there from backward point, from square leg, staying next to umpire Chris Ruiz. Good catch there from Mark Farrar. Set himself well.
Yeah, he set himself well. He looks very comfortable under that ball, and generally that's normally his style of play. He's a very comfortable player. He plays in these conditions. He lives down here, so he would have been happy for that one.
That's played nicely down to the man in front of us here at mid-off, Arch Harley. Zimbabwe will be very happy, despite the fact that Mark Nicol has had to been withdrawn from the attack. Will be very happy with the fact that they have taken yet another wicket. Rinker looking very dangerous here, and that one again out off the outside edge of the bat down to gripper at gully. That's an excellent delivery, and making the most of the overhead conditions here is Pete Rinker.
Yeah, James, he's starting to play a bit. Yeah, you can see he's moving it away. He's bringing it in. I think even the first ball he bowled to the new batsman, he brought it in.
He did.
And they probably would have said, "Look, he's bowling away." First ball he brought it in, just brought it in a bit tight on the legs, and we'll see what he does now.
So he's setting the batter up, and that is outside the off stump, but it's played very nicely down. Well, my goodness, Jeff Hemming might have been in trouble there, setting off for the run, but that's outstanding fielding.
Trenchard.
Done by Stephen Trenchard there. It's backward point. And the end of the over, another successful one. This has been for Pete Rinker, and taking the wicket in that over of Justin Poole. And Poole it was, I think, scored. I'll get the figures for him just now. Just going to update my scorecard. 56 now for the loss of 3 after 9. So run rate just now has dropped back a bit, just over 6 to the over. Zimbabwe will be happy with that, much happier.
I think so. Yeah, that extra wicket certainly has helped the spirits there for sure. You were just talking about Trenchard throwing that ball in. He's just come out of a bicep surgery in December. Probably one, if not the fittest 40-year-old we know on this tour. He's G.I. Joe man himself.
Okay, wow, that's fantastic that he's able to. It was really a very good throw coming in. And he's tossing that one in again underarm. It is him out there on the boundary. And so for the off spinner, Marilia into his second over. I'll give you the field now after this delivery. That's angled nice, and that's very good fielding. Very good. Excellent. And this time Seeger able to get down beautifully to his left and cut off what would have been a certain boundary. So we've got to slip a man at that point position, extra cover, mid off, got a long on, deep backward square, got a man at deep mid wicket. Oh, and he just misses everything. My goodness. It's coming down into here. Neil Ferreira missing that one, and it's going to be 4 byes signalled by the umpire, and that one did certainly beat the bat, and Armstrong not being able to get anywhere near that one, and unfortunately for Zimbabwe, Neil Ferreira not able to get his gloves onto that one in time, perhaps surprised that it went past the bat. And that's again just played out to the man in the deep at long on, and if I'm just trying to think, left arm of Gavin Rennie. Yeah, throwing that one in, just trying to get my players there. So it's long on, just coming in a little bit. I think that's a good call to the new batter, and an appeal there for bat. Probably pad before bat as it went out into the offside, but Erasmus is in very quickly from his position at extra cover. So he did get a bit of purchase off the wicket, didn't he, with that previous one that bounced and turned. That's too much on the leg side, but he's going to get away with it. There is Marilia, another very good over from the Zimbabwean captain, and the score is at 62. Without loss, just the 2 off the bat there in that over. 62 for 3 after the first 10 overs. And just a reminder, this match been reduced to 40 overs a side from the 45 overs. A late start here, only starting in and around 12:30, and it was a little bit of a wet patch on the pitch, which meant we had to delay the start. In fact, in the bowlers, just as the bowler foot marks as he puts his front foot down, it's dried out now, and Pete Rinker doesn't seem to be having any problem with that, Ray, as he's away from us now.
He's quite good and comfortable and set, and I think he wants that ball for sure.
That's an excellent delivery, and just goes in the air to perhaps where a straighter gully gully would have been. It's a gripper in that. It's quite a squarish gully that he's in there. It looks difficult to tell from here actually exactly where he's standing. It went down to third man, and just the single for Armstrong. He's living dangerously, is Ryan Armstrong. Jeff Hemming on strike at the moment. It's well bowled once again. That one angling, going away from the batter. Started on middle and leg. He played it really in front of middle and off. Making the batters play though here, Pete Rinker. He's really into his work very well.
No, absolutely. I think he's relishing this moment right now. You know, a couple that have gone through the slips, through the gully, and then obviously getting the catch, and one being lifted over into the covers. Yeah. He'll be wanting to get these balls nibbling around just in front of the batsman.
That's another good delivery outside the off stump, just moving just a little bit away from the batter. Well taken by Neil Ferreira. Ferreira doing well. He's up to the stumps to prevent any thought that the batter might have of waltzing down the wicket.
Yep. I think he's also hoping that if there are any edges, they're going to be thick enough, off the edge, that you'll have Marilia, who's almost at a second slip, right, and Gripper, who's at a squarer gully. There's that one that comes back in again.
Just angled into the leg side, and Chinyangateri is going to come around from his position of just forward of square and field that. Just the two fielders on the leg side for Rinker. So Ray, quite a few of the players in this team in Zimbabwe still, and some that have come from elsewhere in the world. You were mentioning.
James, yeah, we've got the 11 from Zimbabwe, and then the 2 from the UK, and the other one, Neil Ferreira, who's in Australia itself.
Okay.
So we had to remind him that it's the Zimbabwean national anthem he'll be singing, and not the Australian one. But no, look, I mean, all these guys have still got a lot of cricket in them.
Yes.
They play a lot of cricket abroad,
Yeah.
and that's
Yeah.
the reason that they've come through for the tour.
Wonderful, yeah.
And then you've got two from Cape Town, Bertie Erasmus and Mark Farrell, who
Okay.
are residing in Cape Town.
Okay. Well, it's wonderful to have everyone here from Zimbabwe and Australia. A lot of travelling support. That's another very good delivery from Pete Rink. An excellent over from him. Just the two off that over, and the one going through the gully region, and certainly hasn't been easy for the batters, particularly against this outstanding bowling from Pete Rinker. And he's finished now his 6 overs, that one just going for the 2, and previous over that he bowled getting the wicket of Justin Poole, and that one just going for the single run. So he's taken 2 wickets so far, as Marilia is going to continue the off spin. He's bowling his 3rd over, 0 for 6 at the moment, and certainly the brakes have been put on the Australians here, batting now at under 6 and over. Just in quickly Gavin Rennie from mid-on. I like the fact here that he's not deep, he's not gone deep. Rennie is sitting there at that mid-on position,
I think
hemming in you.
I think Dougie will be wanting to entice him a little bit, just say, look, have a go if you want to, and see if you can get the timing right to pop it over the top. And as we've seen, any slight mishits, they're going to go up and get the chances. So and off, as we say, that off goes Gavin Rennie to the deep. Yes,
he does. That's for the harder hitting Ryan Armstrong. Rinker just getting that one here at short fine leg. That's again just a stifled appeal from Relief for that one, probably off that front pad. Armstrong looking to play it just defensively. Got an interesting stance. He does move that. He's got a very wide stance. He's through nicely for that. To that one, picture that one, just pitching that one up was Marilia, but he does vary it quite nicely. He's got the one that he tosses up, and the one that he blows in a bit straighter and faster.
I mean, I think if he was really allowed to, he'd have all sorts of variations, old Dougie. But obviously with his experience, he knows what he can and can't do, and he'll be looking to settle the ship.
Yeah.
Just make sure that we can maybe try and squeeze the Australian batters down a little bit, push that run rate down, as you said, and then just slowly, hopefully, pick off wicket by wicket, and the batsman will be looking to hopefully completely do the opposite without explaining the obvious.
Yeah, you've done 100% right. Very, very important. They'll be looking, these two, to try and build a bit of a partnership, maybe be a little bit circumspect now that they've 3 down. Australia have been one of the form teams of the tournament in this division, losing on Friday just by the 2 runs to England who top the group here, and they beating Australia by 2 runs in a thriller on Friday, and it meant that Australia have come into this game in 2nd position. Zimbabwe, by putting them into bat, giving themselves the chance to know exactly what runs you have to hit off. Talking with Ray Buchanan here from Zimbabwe, that in however many overs to reverse that net run rate deficit that you have. It looks massive at the moment.
It is obviously a massive task, but this is certainly the opportunity that the Zim guys want. We believe that we're coming into form now, and we're starting to feel our rhythm, not only within the cricket but as mates and teammates, and the belief is definitely there, and I'm sure we'll have a game on our hands today, James.
Yeah, we're looking forward to that, and as the day goes on, hopefully with the sun coming out, certainly should be favouring, from a Zimbabwean point of view, the team batting second. And the sun now does start to shine down. It's a beautiful day now here at Groot Drakenstein Cricket Club. And that's slightly short, and it's taken full toll. That Armstrong looking very strong with anything that's short. He's played that one forcibly over the mid-wicket region, and that's gone for 4. It's another very good shot from him, Ryan Armstrong, and with that he moves to 33 and the score 70 for the loss of 3. And that was a very good shot. Picked up the length very early, did Armstrong. Looks very strong on the back foot, and that's exactly the ball to bowl to him. Short of length outside that off stump. Just don't give him anything to hit.
No, he was quick onto that, wasn't he? And
he was.
A glorious shot. And we're going to be repeating ourselves throughout the day, I'm sure. But anything short, it's going to get picked up.
It is, yes. It's and that was certainly what we saw on Friday. Is that you could not bowl short on this wicket. You were punished, and that was. Talk a bit about that now. But that's much better. This one a little bit too full onto the legs, and I think it is going to be cut off. Yes, great work. Was it? No. Just unfortunately, as he's trying to pull that one back, Bertie Erasmus, he doesn't quite get there. He I think digs the knee into the turf a bit, and managing to. I think there's probably a mole rat hole that it went onto there. So the June mole rats have been at work here, and that's yet another boundary off Rinker's bowling. He'll be upset about that. Been very economical so far, taken the 2 wickets, and. For 19, is it? Now 20, sorry, 2 for 27 now it is, with those 2 boundaries in the over. And that's much better, just short of a length outside the off stump. And Bertie Erasmus, not only it's pretty nasty for an over 40 when you've got your knee digging into the turf like that. It's nasty even if you're 20, if that happens. But
he just dug in, and the whole rest of the chassis just jumped over him and the ball itself.
Absolutely. And that's very, very well bowled by Pete Rinker, though. The 2 boundaries off the over, and he's bowled now his 7th over coming to an end, and 8 off that one, but outstanding bowling from him. 2 for 27 off his 7 overs so far, going at under 4 and over. And he'll be really happy with that. So 13 gone. It's 74 for the loss of 3. And I think they probably are going to be taking drinks after this next over, which is the first one. Power play will be finished. 14 overs for the first power play with 3 players outside the circle. And then between overs 15 and 27, we have the 4 players outside the circle. And then the last 13 overs. Between 28 and 40, we will have 5 fielders allowed outside the circle, and that's on the pads. Play straight to mid-wicket. That's picked up by Farrell, and there is no run. So really also been very economical. 0 for 7 it is, into his 4th over. It's bowling to Jeff Hemming. They're popping up, and Neil Ferreira trying to get behind that one, underneath it, should I say. This really has been very good, despite those 2 boundaries in the last over, sort of putting a bit of a making a bit of a mess of Rinker's figures. But he's been outstanding today, Ray.
No, he's unfortunately a couple that have gone through for 4, as we were talking about fast outfield. So he won't be too happy about that. But in all honesty, when he's been hitting the spots, he has been looking pretty dangerous. And I don't think any batsman wants to be facing a guy who's moving the ball around like that, hitting the spots all the time. So I'm sure there'll be some relief when that ball goes for 4.
And Armstrong just played straight to mid-wicket for Rao, just taking his eye off the ball there, but no danger and nothing more to report. We've got on the leg side, it's a 5-4 leg side offside field. We've got the 3 boundary riders are out on the leg side. That's just down the leg side, and I think they might have hit the bat. Oh, yeah, difficult to know. A bit of exhalation of air from the captain.
Yeah. A little bit more of a floater as well on that ball. Just giving a bit more air on it.
Yeah, it's probably that one's much faster, but that's not going to be a single. Just the one off the over. Once again, an outstanding over from the captain, and it is in fact drinks, and Ray's going to go on to the field for the players, and I'll give you a bit of an update as to where we are. And just the one off that over it was, as it's 75 for the loss of 3. And just to give you just a beautiful view now during the drinks break, our cameraman Scott is going to take you on a bit of a tour of the mountains here in the Franschhoek Valley, Beautiful setting it is here for cricket, but just a reminder that this broadcast, in fact the tournament here, this Over-40s World Cup, brought to you by International Masters Cricket and brought to you by the South African Veterans Cricket Association of South Africa, VCASA. You can find them on vcasa.co.za. On the info sponsors, Sisonke Tourism and Events, and they are sponsoring this event. That is Sisonke, SISONKE, Cape Fox. With me here in the production team for Pitch Vision, I have Nonkululeko, I have Scott and Labiba, and it really is a privilege to be bringing this broadcast to you. We have services, cricket services provided by smcricket.co.za, and then communication services and other network services by Softphone VIP. Really, it's great to have you with us. I am going to just get a little bit of a drink myself while the players are enjoying theirs, and we'll be back in a minute or so. Welcome back from me, James King, the Cape Fox, and here we have Pete Rinker, who's going to bowl his last over, his 8th over. Only 8 overs allowed per bowler in this because of the reduction from 45 to 40 overs, and he's bowling to Jeff Hemming. Just to run through the Australian scorecard for you so far. So 75 for 3 Australia, and the wickets falling at first wicket falling at 15. That was their top batter so far, Cos Beadle. We'll go to that after this delivery. Excellent delivery, and gets the outside edge, and that from Hemming is going to go down towards third man, and it's gone over the boundary for 4. And Pete Rinker, unfortunate there, no slip in position now, just the gully fielder, and it's gone through the vacant slip region for 4, and first boundary for Jeff Hemming, and it is just off that outside edge. So first man to go, Cos Beadle, for 8, just the 2 boundaries for Australia's best batter of the tournament. 15 it was for the first wicket. And second wicket to go then at 47 was Greg Hunt, also for 8 off 13 balls, was 1 boundary. It was 47 for the loss of 2. A good partnership between him and Ryan Armstrong of 32, and that wicket falling to Rinker in his the 7th over of the innings, 7.3 overs. So another good delivery from Rinker. He's really been outstanding this morning, as we have Austin, it is Austin, yes. Yeah. I was trying to, Austin joining me here from the Zimbabwean team. Great to have you with me, Austin. Thank you.
No worries, James.
Wonderful.
Thanks for having me. Great day to be here.
Oh, it's good, beautiful, isn't it? It is a good day for cricket.
Bit of a late start, but better than never.
Absolutely, and it's not too hot out there. You've been exposed to some really hot weather this last week.
Tell you what, this is a blessing. Have a bit of a...
Yeah.
Oh, Pete bowled the wrong one there.
Yeah, he's been doing that really nicely. He's been bowling the ones that go away and then surprising them with the other ones, setting them up. So that's really good stuff from Pete Rinker, experienced player, 18 ODIs for Zimbabwe.
It's not his first rodeo.
No, definitely not. And really good to see him into his last over. He's been bowling outstandingly well.
He's working very hard here.
Last ball, in fact, of his spell now.
Oh, catch that.
And he's out! He's got him! And that is great with his last delivery, and that's so well deserved. Another one that goes into the safe hands. And who took that catch there? Mark Ferrara again, was it? No,
I think that was our skipper, Doug Marilia.
I think it was Doug Marilia, yes. Number 42 on his back with the floppy hats. Mark Ferrara taking the previous catch off one of the previous catches, and Trevor Gripper taking one in the gully. And that's the dangerous Ryan Armstrong that's got to go back. Armstrong, 37, he scored off 47. I think it's going to be 47 deliveries. But what a great delivery, and what a way to finish his spell. Last ball of his spell, and so well deserved. Takes his third wicket, does Pete Rinker. And now Australia there in that over, just the boundary which went down off the outside edge of Jeff Hemming's bat. He got another single, did Hemming, and then it was the dangerous Ryan Armstrong who played it straight from a ball that was pitched up a bit and played up straight into the hands of the captain Dougie Marilia there at that cover position. And Zimbabwe will be over the moon about that. It was 37 then of 47 balls for Armstrong, and a very good very good wicket to get for them. So that fourth wicket going down with a score on 80, and that at the end of the 15th over.
Always good to come back after a drinks break and take a stick. Gives Zimbabwe a bit of confidence and a bit of impetus going into this next session. I see Doug Marilia continuing from the mountain end.
Yes, from the they call it here the R45 end after the road. Yeah, so
there you go, local knowledge.
But they yes, we sort of said I sort of dubbed it the Stellenbosch end and the Paarl end. So yeah, the mountain end. It's the we're here in the beautiful Kruger-Drakenstein mountain ranges. That's some nice fielding there in that mid-wicket position. That is Mark Ferrara, is it? Yeah, he's been very good in the field. Ray was explaining earlier on, really top man in the field, and it's talking about Stephen Trenchard as well, who's just really is an outstanding fielder for Zimbabwe.
Watch Trenchard's energy. He's very quick to the ball, very quick to look at what's happening in the game and reacts accordingly. I see we're dispersing to the boundary now, protecting a bit more of a defensive field. But I think it's a small field, so guys will definitely go for the boundary.
So Richie Wild has just come in now for Australia. Richie Wild, a man who has played a lot of cricket in England, actually born in the UK, played for Nottinghamshire.
Oh, nice.
He's just defensively back to the bowler, played indoor cricket for England. Really? 2 World Cups on the research that I've done on him, but living now in Australia, and he's married an Australian lady. We met in, I think, in England, and then they settled down in Australia and New South Wales. So very interesting information there. Played 3 List A games for Knott's second 11, and they were, as he's
nicely swept.
Yeah, very nicely swept, and it's going to be Stephen Seeger coming around, and that's a very good running around the boundary to prevent them getting through for the second there. It's very animated out in the field. The guy's really G'd up here.
Yeah, I think after that last wicket it's buoyed them tremendously, and they're going to, I think, give the Aussies a little bit of stick out there, with this new energy that they've found.
Yeah, certainly. That energy, hopefully coming from one of our sponsors, Vita Boost, Vita 24 drinks, Vitamin Boost, and that's beautifully flighted up. And how does Jeff Hemming get away with that? That's
flight and drift there.
Beautiful from Doug Marilia. It's very well fielded here by Mark Ferrara.
It's well protected.
Very well protected. That one could so easily have gone over the boundary, but he just manages to pull it back and then recovers himself to go back and stop any thought of a third. and just need to check if that, I didn't see whether that came off the bat or the ball.
Buys.
Buys it was, so down the leg side, probably off the pad, so not against the bowler's analysis, fortunately, as Merlia into his, in fact, finishing off now his 5th over, and 0 for 12 after those 5 overs, and he really has been bowling exceptionally well, has the captain for Zimbabwe. Just the 12 runs off his 5 overs so far, and it's 84 for the loss of 4. Australia certainly not finding it that easy out here today.
And now we have a bowling change here as well.
Yeah, it will be
Gavin Rennie, right. Left arm spinner, also a former test player for Zimbabwe back in the day, and he bowls it on a very nagging length and very slowly. I think the batsman will get quite irritated with his line and length and speed.
So it is Rennie, just that orthodox left arm spin. Yeah, a little bit short to start. That may go to the boundary, but I think Albertus Erasmus is going to cut that one off. Bertie Erasmus, I believe, calling there through for 2. So 2 more to Wild, and he will move to 3. Hemming is not out on 12, and just to carry on running through those wickets that have fallen after this ball from Gavin Rennie. Much better from Rennie. That's exactly where he wants to be bowling. And Wild just coming forward, that ball be angling into the left-hander.
Yep. A little bit of off-spin for the lefty almost.
Yep. Oh, that's a beauty.
Better line.
Yeah, that's a real beauty. And just trying to get bat on ball there is Wild, and he can't get anything onto that one. Looking for maybe that scratch outside the off stump through to Neil Ferreira. That is too short, and that's dealt with accordingly. It's gone down here to wideish, long on for 4, and Richie Wild playing that one very, very well for his first boundary, and he moves on to 7 with that shot. So he's just the 3 scoring shots for him so far. With him, Jeff Hemming on 12 of 22. The 3rd wicket to fall for Australia was Justin Poole, and Poole made just the 4 of 5 deliveries. He was caught in the covers by Mark Farrell, trying to play that one over the offside, and just caught in the covers, and it was 55 for the loss of 3. Oh, it's well bowled once again, getting a bit of nice bit of bounce there. Absolutely. From this end. We saw that a little bit from the other end as well. The wicket's actually been playing very well so far, coming through quite nicely, probably a bit faster than most of the wickets you've played on this week, Austin.
Yes, well, we've played on a fair few true decks, to be honest.
Good, that's good.
We have no complaints with any of the facilities we've played on, but this, I think, given the wet nature of the start to the day, we were figuring there was going to be a bit more in it, but it seems to be rather true. The odd one is popping, but still coming through quite nicely. I think Mark Nicol got 1 or 2.
He did get 1 or 2 to really come through very quickly, and just very unfortunate that he had to be withdrawn from the attack after the 2 slipped out of his hand in the 1 over. But that's played nicely down to long leg.
Arthur Harley on the boundary,
and just the 2 comes round from a long leg position. We've got a man shortish at 45 here. And then the 3 boundary riders on the leg side, a man at deep backward square or long leg, deep mid wicket, and a man at long on, and we still have got the man in. That's very well played. The full toss dealt with well. That's gone through to the boundary for 4, and not Jeff Hemming just seeing that one, a full toss, and got the treatment, didn't it? Unfortunate.
Put it nicely through the gap there on the offside. Douglas trying to flight it a bit too much and misjudging his length there. But he is getting quite nice drift, so when he does hit his length, it could be quite tricky.
He's been bowling exceptionally well so far.
he did well
captain.
to bring it back.
He
after
did,
all
didn't
those
he?
extras.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's definitely consolidated the run rate.
That's gone down.
Great.
But what a great attempt at a catch from who's that there in Gavin Rennie in that mid-wicket position. That one was hit really hard and just couldn't quite hold on to it. And would have been a brilliant catch if he'd taken it. Oh, just tucked into the leg side. Farao does the fielding at this shortish fine leg position. So in Austin, yourself, you hear from Zimbabwe. I know there's a couple of guys that Ray was saying from elsewhere. 6 players in the squad that have joined you from a couple of other different locations, but
yes.
10 players in the squad from Zimbabwe, as that's played nicely out into the offside. And
yeah, James, I'm one of the locally based players in Zim.
Yeah.
We were lucky enough to have 10 or 11 of us there to train together and try and prepare for this amazing tournament. And here we are.
It's
hopefully
great. Yeah.
Giving the Australians a good game today.
Well, you are certainly so far giving this very strong Australian team really good run for their money. Now into the 90s, 97 for the loss of 4 Australia. And we'll see now that how well Zimbabwe. That's again night. Just off the outside edge, and that was a really lovely delivery. Just teasing him with the flight there.
I think
beautiful
Douglas will
from
love to be
Marilia.
bowling to these left-handers. I mean, it's
he will. That's exactly what a right arm off. He loves to bowl to the left-hander, taking that one away from the left-hander.
Absolutely.
That was a beautiful delivery from him. That over then there for Zimbabwe, going for 7. His most expensive over so far, Marilia. It's 18 overs gone and 97 for the loss of 4 after Australia. After 4 are Australia. And yeah, so lovely. And whereabouts in Zimbabwe you from?
So I'm currently based in Harare, but we are farming like most Zimbabweans.
Yes, okay.
To the east of Zimbabwe,
right.
In a town called Wedza now.
Okay.
And there's some rich cricketing heritage from there back in the day.
Right.
And for us, James, it's about rebuilding.
Yes.
That's where Zimbabwe currently is.
Yeah.
And I think from a sporting perspective as well, there seems to be a lot more youngsters and a lot more people playing cricket.
That's very good, yeah.
There's a lot of impetus on the game in Zim again,
which
is good and bodes well for the future.
Does indeed. Zimbabwe, I know, as you say, both from a country and a cricket point of view, going through some really tough times.
Yes, the national side.
Yeah, national side has been, but it looking certainly playing a lot more cricket now, the national team,
which is
really good to see. A few more bilateral series that they've had, and maybe hope for their sakes they maybe can play a few one-off tests. They've got the South African tour coming later in the year.
Sure. I think in middle of the year we've got 5. Yeah. We've got 5 T20s from India coming to visit Zimbabwe as with
the T20 World Cup. I don't think Zimbabwe qualified for that.
No, we didn't, unfortunately.
With the qualifiers in Harare, didn't quite... and that big appeal, but umpire Siddiq Mayer is not going to give that out. I could see immediately the appeal went up, you could see the finger wasn't going to go up, I think, from Siddiq Mayer.
You can see the channel that Gavin's bowling. He's definitely targeting the lefty on that short shot. Get him on the back foot. Yeah, that's a good length of that delivery. Just the line slightly off, and we played into the leg side. So in Zimbabwe, the provincial game quite strong. I mean, I sort of see there on Crick Info, always looking at the different teams that are playing there, and the Tuskers and Rhinos, is it? Absolutely, you've got, I think there's five.
That looked from this angle.
Big appeal.
A huge appeal. The only thing that might have saved him was that was going to go down the leg side, Jeff Hemming. And you feel perhaps with it straightening from the left-hander that I think the umpire just saying it was just drifting down, maybe drifting down the leg side. Looking to play it into the leg side was Hemming.
He was.
And I think
it was a very good shot.
It was a very good shot. Whether it straightened enough on him, I think that's what perhaps umpire Siddiq Mayer was looking at. We don't have the benefit of a replay that we can have a look at, and unfortunately, but good bowling from Rennie, and that was a very good over from him. Just the 2 off that over, 99 for the loss of 4. So certainly this has been pulled back incredibly well. I mean, after the first 7 overs, the Australians got to their 50, and currently 99 for 4 after 19. So the second 50 coming in about 12 overs.
A very good phase there for Zimbabwe.
Very good phase, taking 3 wickets in that time.
And restricting the run rate.
Absolutely. So they're off to a flyer at 7 runs and over, and this next period going for just 4 runs and over.
And Douglas continuing to the lefty.
Yeah, and just
tucking it down to long on.
Just slight from a length point of view, just a little bit too full, but just a single. So 100 for 1. So that 100 for 1. Listen to me. 100 for 4. That 100 coming off the second ball of the 20th over, and really Zimbabwe have done very well to peg that this run rate back.
And I think you'll see Zimbabwe will continue with the spin. Douglas will bowl out here.
That's unlucky for Robertson Chinyangatere, just running to his right, not able to stop that one, but it's the man on the boundary there, Trenchard, who's come around from deep mid-wicket, and they go through for 2. Hemming skin that 2, ball angling into the right-hander naturally from the right arm off spin. Played into the offside, no run there though, as that's through to the man at extra cover. Comes through to field. Is that Gavin Rennie?
Bertus
it is. I've got to get the trying to get the stature of the people that are fielding to try and pick them up. Sometimes you look for all these.
I think with someone like Bertus, you don't need the stature. You'll hear his voice more than anything. Oh, look at that drift.
Yeah, beautiful drift.
Straight down to Robbo.
Yeah. Yes, he introduced himself as Robbo to me earlier on today.
I think he does to most.
Yeah.
Robbo's having a great tournament to date.
Yeah.
Man of the match in our last game. Was unbeaten on 92, I think.
Yeah, that's fantastic. You guys have been putting in some outstanding performances during the week. The 2 wins so far, and came very close against Canada.
Yeah, unfortunately we fell just short, which I think hasn't helped us in the pool, but it is what it is, and we had today to try and get one over Australia and see where we end up.
So certainly the match here, had you just got over the line there, would have been a straight knockout game here against Australia, which would have just added that extra needle into the game today. And Zimbabwe having done exceptionally well to restrict Australia now after 20 overs, 103 for the loss of 4. So halfway in the number of overs, Australia just so reasonably easy calculation there after the 20 overs, batting at 5.15 runs to the over. So really pegged it back exceptionally well. Austin,
such a good spell here from our spinners.
And that's just a little bit too short, but there is a man out on the deep mid-wicket boundary, and Erasmus tosses that one in back to left arm, the slow left armer Gavin Rennie, and Gavin, whose figures in first played cricket for Zimbabwe, 23 test matches. I've only got his runs unfortunately here, 1,023 runs with batting with a top score of 93, an average of 22.73. So from a batting point of view, really had a good run in the team, as did a number of the players in this team. Trevor Gripper as well, 20 test matches.
Yeah, we're very lucky to have the experience of these former test players.
And that's Pete Rinker there chasing that one, and he does well to stop that going to the boundary.
I think that's Mark Nicol.
Is it Mark? Sorry. Is it Mark?
Yeah, Mark Nicol.
Oh, sorry. On the field. Apologies for that. Well, he had the number.
Gingerly getting
just saw
down.
the number. I thought it was the number 23, which it wasn't. Sorry, number 26, Mark Nicol. Apologies, Austin. Thank you very much for that.
No problem.
And it's
well
Gavin Rennie again. You are players. Indeed. I'm just getting to learn them, but it'll be Nicol who did the fielding again, but through for the single, went nice and quickly to his right there at Mark Nicol. And let's change once again for the right-handed Hemming. So yeah, the brakes put on most certainly with those wickets that fell, and
I think you'll find that I'm not sure how many Douglas has bowled now.
He's bowled now. I think he's 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or 7 that he's bowled.
So
Just want to check. I don't think I got down his 7th over. So he's bowled 7 overs, 0 for 23.
So he'll have one more over left, and he will bowl that out, no doubt.
Yeah.
And then we will probably see a bowling change with Arthur Harley or Simon Seeger.
Yeah.
Again, spinners.
Okay. Right.
To continue this, hopefully, just keeping the run rate at bay, and keep the pressure on these batsmen. I think they're looking for that false shot.
Yep.
And have the field obviously all on edge, waiting to pounce on anything that comes their way.
And a feature again of the game on Friday was as well, the spinners certainly did put the brakes on the scoring with the UAE, and Wales pulled it back very nicely after a very fast opening once again for the UAE, and it was only at the end of the back end of the innings that Pete Bayo scored 100 of 58 balls here,
Cheapers.
8 6s and 7 4s, was able to really take full toll, and that wasn't necessarily of the spinners. It was actually more of the pace bowlers who came back on towards the end of the innings.
Loving the ball coming onto the
bat. It was coming onto the bats, and it was coming on nicely, and they were bowling just that fraction too short, and he took full toll of those. I think all 8 of his, in fact only one of them was actually fully pitched that he played over the boundary. This is Marilia in for his last over. Oh. That's a beauty, an absolute beauty to the left-hander. And now
so Douglas coming around the wicket now, changing his angle of approach to the lefty. He's obviously seen something in the lefty that he wants to attack from around the wicket now. So judging by that last game then, James, it would appear that you get good value for runs, which we're seeing here this morning, regardless of the wet start.
You do get
that up.
Yeah, very good. Oh, that just the spin, I think.
Bit of a bobble out there.
Yeah, a bit of a bobble there. Just unfortunate for Stephen Trencher that it bobbled in front of him.
Scamper through just for the single.
So that takes the left-hander off strike. That's a pity for Marilia. He would have wanted to have potentially bowled his last 3 deliveries of a spell maybe to the left-hander.
He had a bit of a game plan there.
He did, definitely. He's got Jeff Hemming. He's beaten Jeff Hemming a couple of times outside that off stump. That's a bit shorter into the pads, and
quicker, that ball.
Yeah, it was a lot quicker. I meant to say quicker, not shorter. Quicker into the pads, and just angled down to this short fine leg position.
But he's achieved his objective because he's got the left-hander back on strike.
He has got the left-hander back on strike.
And he's looking to finish with one more stick here.
Yeah.
And cap off a great spell.
Has been really good from the Zimbabwean captain. And yeah, it's a good delivery. Just the outer half of the bat down to short third man.
I have a feeling this one will be tossed up nicely onto middle stump.
Yeah, he wants him to have a go at him, doesn't he?
Absolutely.
He wants him to have a go, and maybe looking for that catch in the covers, or got Chinyangatera waiting for that one. And that was exactly right. That's beautiful bowling from Doug Marilia.
It's a great spell.
It has been a really good spell from the captain, and he ends his 8 overs with 0 for 25. And really, you can't ask for better than that, going for just over 3 runs to the over. And off that over now, just the 2 runs off that over, and 109 for 4 after 22, batting at under 5 and over now are Australia. And after that really quick start, 51, say after the first 7 overs, batting at 7 and over, it's been pulled back really nicely. And the spinners here in working with Pete Rinker had a fantastic spell. Is getting 3 wickets it was for him.
No, he definitely gave them the momentum we required to start the day. Like we were discussing earlier, very clever bowler, able to shape it both ways. And I think with the little bit of bounce in the pitch that there was earlier, he used it well and set it up for Zim.
And now the spinners are into their work as it's just gets behind that one, does Nicol. Good getting his body behind it, which is exactly what you want. Spinners just taking the pace off the ball. You have to then work with the pace as a batter. And that's, that one just forward defensive from Hemming. Don't know if there was any bat involved there. I don't think so, but probably angling down the leg side.
Yeah, I think taking the pace off the ball, I don't know if there's been much turn. I don't know if there was much turn.
No, there was really very little turn, but it was really around the drift. And that is out. That's brilliant work. Brilliant work there from wicketkeeper Neil Ferreira and from the bowler Gavin Rennie. And Austin, just take us through that wicket. Really great wicket.
That's exactly what Zimbabwe wanted. I mean, that was the pressure. Dougie building it up from the other end, bowling in pairs.
Yeah.
You know, he'd flighted that nicely. I think got above the batsman's eyes and pitched. He played over the ball, and Neil Ferreira there to whip the bails off.
Really good work, and indeed it was just that one coming forward, looking to play that one down the ground was Jeff Hemming, perhaps a little bit frustrated that he hasn't been able to get the ball away, and Hemming is out, stumped by Neil Ferreira at 25. He scored off 41 deliveries. The man coming in, who came in at number 5 today for Australia, and it is now, it should be Tim McDonald coming in for them. We'll see if that is the case, and it is Wild who came in at number 6, and McDonald is down to come in next. We'll see soon whether it is in fact going to be him, but just to run through those numbers again for Jeff Hemming. Hemming 25 off 41 deliveries with just the 2 boundaries, and has been really great work, as it is indeed Tim McDonald coming in, number 7 on his back, and he's batting at number 7, so that makes it a bit easier. And 5 down for 109. That partnership 29 for between those two, and that 29 coming with when the 4th wicket fell, in fact in the 15th over, so it's taken them 8 overs to get that 29. So once again, under 4 and over it has been while the spinners have been bowling. So that the 4th wicket falling to Pete Rinker, in fact, in his last over, in fact,
yes,
off the last ball of his last over. It's another very good delivery to the right-handed McDonald.
Sitting here where we currently are with the score rate like this, I think, given the way the Aussies started, Zimbabwe will be quite happy with where they sit currently, with the 5 wickets down and the 9 runs on the board.
Another excellent delivery from Rennie. He's really into his work now, Austin.
He's got a good rhythm going, and he's a very gritty player, very competitive man, and always looking for a wicket. And obviously got one this over. That'll give him a big confidence boost.
And that's a wicket maiden for him. So great stuff from Gavin Rennie.
It's a great over. Wicket
maiden, and really was an outstanding over from him. And Australia now 109 for 5 after 23. And so
in comes Simon Seeger, tall right arm off spinner. We'll also be looking to replicate what Doug was doing with a bit of guile and drift, and bowling to the lefty, which he will relish this challenge, or Simon Seeger. So let's see how he gets on with his work. But these bowling partnerships are imperative for Zimbabwe now going forward to maintain this run rate.
And the spinners, as we were talking about a bit earlier on, taking the pace off the ball, and meaning the batters really, they have to work for their runs.
They do.
And that has certainly been shown throughout the tournament, and quite a lot of spin bowling on show throughout the tournament, which is completely understandable. Yeah, no, it's we weren't sort of expecting to have the sort of Dale Steyn Express pace or whatever the coming in, but in fact South Africa themselves have got probably the fastest bowler in the tournament, Dan Steyer, who is renowned in the Western Cape cricket circles as being quite quick, as that's nicely bowled from Stephen Seeger.
Well versed with my friend Dan Steyer.
Yeah, okay.
We played in the Africa Cup in November, and I only faced 20 balls and he broke my hand.
Oh my word, Austin!
Dan
I
and
see
myself.
that. Yeah.
I'm
right. Yes, you're a victim of his. Yeah,
he definitely got the better of me that day. And there it is, that flight.
Yeah,
that
beautiful flight, and that's out into the
shot,
covers. They're not
down. Good pickup.
It is a good pickup, and they come back for 2. It was quite a long chase out there onto the long boundary. So for the left-hander Wild, who gets through for 2 there. That's a long boundary out to the offside. Shortish boundary on the leg side, yes, relatively speaking. So he'll be looking for anything short. I think he'll be looking to pull that through to that leg side boundary where the clubhouse is here at this beautiful Groot Drakenstein Games Club. Is at such a beautiful setting. I just really can't describe. No, you can't, can you? Looking out onto the mountains here. I don't think I've ever been to a cricket ground that actually's got such a beautiful setting. I mean, from a first-class ground, Paarl is wonderful, but this is just outstanding.
And Claremont, we were lucky enough to play there in our last game, and that again,
it's
the
beautiful,
backdrop of those mountains is just
the Constantia range there with your Constantia neck in Constantia area is beautiful, and
it's just a beautiful part of the world, isn't it? And Cape Town's been showing off with its weather. Obviously, a bit of a wet start today, but it looks like it's clearing up now. A bit of a breeze in play now, and
we needed that breeze to get that going through. So I'm glad you were able to, with that broken hand then, Austin, still managed to get here to the tournament.
Yep. No, I was lucky enough to get ready and fit enough to come and take part.
And that one just going through Doug Marilia at extra cover, but there's a man on the boundary.
Shot. Good throw in.
Yeah, very good throw in to the bowler. Yeah, it's got a very good arm. Apparently he's had an operation on the bicep. Yeah.
We were the 2 big injuries from that tour. He pulled his bicep completely off.
Oh my word!
And he got back to Rory and had it attached, and then we were working together, doing a lot of rehab together, and he's back fitter and stronger than ever.
Fantastic. It's very difficult when you've got that kind of sort of injury, ligament injury. That just not, we're trying to cut it out into the offside. I think he's playing the shot that he was expecting to want. They should have played that time. Just but
again, not
very
much
good
pace,
delivery. No real pace. That have to force it if you're going to get anything out of it. And we saw Jeff Hemming in the previous over from Gavin Rennie coming down the wicket, trying to force it and getting stumped. And that one goes through to Trenchard again. He's making great ground there across to his right and tosses it in, but they're through for another 2. So Richie Wild dealing in 2s here at the moment, and just not enough pace on it to be able to angle it and work it. You've got to make the pace yourself as the batter, and Wild doing that is that end of the first Seager over, and they went for 3 2s I think in that over, so 6 off the over, 115 for the loss of 9. 9, listen to me, 115 for the loss of 5. I'm looking at this 9.2 overs and 109 of the previous, 115 for the loss of 5. And that wicket falling to Gavin Rennie in the previous over when he took the wicket of Jeff Hemming. Some really fast work from Neil Ferreira. So, but the fielding's been really good. Oh, sorry, you were going to say?
No, I was just about to say, so for the right-hander now, you can see on the offside, there's definitely 2s in play, and I think the Aussies have picked up on that. If we're not going to get the boundaries, we definitely need to turn our 1s into 2s on the bigger side,
definitely,
which is the offside to this current batsman. And
oh my goodness, that bounced on him.
Bounce, very slow bounce.
It was slow bounce, but a bit of tennis ball bounce, but it did certainly bounce on Tim McDonald, and McDonald, who is yet to get off the mark, is indeed. We've got Richie Wild on 19 on the other side, and that he will get off the mark there. Is Mark Nicol that has come around, and it would have just been the single anyway. Erasmus coming behind him, who would potentially clean up. It's just the one, as it's all changed for the left-handed Richie Wild. We're saying.
So now for the left-hander, obviously it's a bigger boundary for his leg side, but a shorter one on his off side. It'll be interesting to see, and not much protection out there on the off.
No, so he'll be looking probably to play leg side-ish, and that's what he's done this side, just to the on-side of straight, and Mark Farrell fields from that mid-on position. So I think it's good here from Zimbabwe, just keeping in the mid-on and the mid-off.
Absolutely.
Give them, as we saw with Jeff Hemming in the last over, was trying to go over the top. And what will McDonald do? McDonald gets that one short, and it's through the man at mid-wicket, but good work done in the deep by Seeger as he comes around from deep backward square and prevents any thought of a second. So that boundary on that side, Austin was saying, just that little bit shorter.
Absolutely.
If it goes with any pace out to the boundary, you're not going to get two. But you certainly have got the option on this, as it is the onside to the left-hander wild, where two is almost on offer every time if you take the first quickly.
And I think in a phase of the game like this, for the Aussies, those twos would be quite rather important.
They will be very important,
until such time as they start to go for it and try and attack the boundary.
So we're in over number 25. It's 128 for 5. Or Australia. Lovely
floated up
fly.
Nicely.
And it's long on, comes in, it's Mark Farrell, and just will toss it back to the bespectacled Gavin Rennie. Takes his hat from umpire Sadiq Mayer, and there is just 4 off that over. So once again, keeping it tight here are Zimbabwe. Wickets falling at regular intervals for Australia, and really has been some really good bowling from Zimbabwe here. Pete Rinker and Doug Marilia have both finished their spells, and Rinker 8 overs, no maidens, 3 for 43, and it is his captain Doug Marilia 8 overs, no maidens, 0 for 25. So really exceptionally economical bowling from those two. Just 59 runs off those 16 overs. Under the 4 and over, and that really pegged the Australians back after they got off to a flyer. 51 it was for 1, 51 for 2 it was after 7 overs.
And I think the pressure built up from Douglas, with Pete bowling from the other side, was able to maximise and capitalise on a few wickets.
And that's nicely in from Trenchard on the boundary at this time, just the single out into the deep. And Austin, we we always talk as commentators, and we always talk about bowlers bowling in partnerships as well, and it is something very much that is spoken about these days. But what you've just mentioned is a prime example of that.
For sure.
Create the pressure on one side, you're going to pick up the wicket. Sometimes it isn't the guy who creates the pressure that picks up the wicket, it's the other bowler on the other side.
And we saw that today.
So
we did
Pete,
indeed. I think owes Dougie a beer.
I think so.
But no, in all honesty, they worked very well together, and they got Zimbabwe off to a flyer.
They did indeed, and they've continued with that attack. We're in the second power play, and it's 120 for the loss of 5. Just to give you an idea, it's only 40 runs have come off the last 10 overs.
Zimbabwe appealing.
Yeah, they are. Got the choir going. It was good. The choir was there.
They were all up in unison.
They were indeed. I was very disappointed. I mentioned it a couple of times to the Welsh team. I was very disappointed. I mean, the choir just didn't quite get going how they wanted it to.
And the Welsh love a song.
They do indeed. Yeah. I mean, I asked them if they were going to give us a rendition of Kumronda, and Gareth Edwards said, well, maybe after the game.
Oh, there we go.
So
maybe later in the tournament.
Maybe later in the tournament, yes. So we'll see.
Good arm from Gripper into Ferreira there. So let's hope Seeger and Gav Rennie now, they're off to a good partnership.
They are indeed.
Considering we're on that, chatting about that currently. And I mean, Seeger obviously coming from an awkward height for the batsman, although
he is.
The lefty is rather tall.
Right. He is very, very tall. Is standard right arm orthodox off break bowler, and that is
another big appeal.
Another huge appeal. Looks as if he may have been. He's quite. I don't say he's not far forward, but he's just on the front foot, not that far forward. Richie Wah, but maybe there outside the line of off stump could have been, or potentially just thinking it might be angling away. But
I think Seeger was rather interested in that.
He was, most definitely. The bowler looked very, very interested in that. It's in again, tall man, and plays that. That's just a little bit shorter outside the off stump. That's really good fielding there in the covers.
Arthur Harley cutting it off.
Arthur, really doing well. He's feeling that. Just went down on his knee, I think, as he went there. Just that knee, a little bit of Yeah, just
I tell you what,
bringing
James,
that one a little bit.
these bodies, being the age group we are,
absolutely.
and into our 4th, 5th game, there's some tired bodies out there. I think that I can vouch for both teams, to be honest.
Yeah, and it's you're playing your 5th game within 7 days.
Yeah,
and it's
a big ask.
It is a big ask. It is a big ask.
In the heat that Cape Town has provided for us.
I mean, you're almost playing. You're almost playing like a test match as they would have played in the olden days with a rest day.
Absolutely.
So test matches used to be played over 6 days with a rest day in the middle.
Sure.
And as Rennie bowls once again, that is this time
straight Harley.
Into Harley. He takes a brilliant catch out on the boundary, just waited for it, set himself, and Richie Wild played it straight through to the man at deep mid-wicket, and Gavin Rennie gets reward for what has been an outstanding spell of bowling into his 6th over, and he takes the wicket of Richie Wild, and that is reward, it must be said, for Zimbabwe. And Australia 122 for the loss of 6. It was Harley,
Arthur Harley. I think again, the frustration just built up. These guys are bowling tight lines, bowling to their field, and I think the Aussies just getting a bit frustrated there, and that falling Zimbabwe's way. Arthur Harley taking a very good low catch there in the end.
Very good catch
on the boundary. It was hit hard, and good on Gav Rennie.
So that is another wicket going down, the 6th now. That is for Australia, and so Rennie. Donald and Wild, and they were probably looking at Richie Wild, who certainly seemed to be able to hit the ball hard. He hit it on that stage maybe a little bit too hard in the air,
unfortunately,
and going through straight to the boundary, straight to the man on the boundary. And Australia with now new batter coming to the crease. Just going to say goodbye for a second to Austin as he goes off, and it is going to be Stephen Baker, who is the next man, number 3 on his back, who's coming to the crease. And just to then run through the card for Australia is Richie Wild scoring 23 of 37 deliveries with just the 1 boundary. So you can see how difficult it now has been for the Australian batters, and with Richie Wild out, Stephen Baker now coming in at number 8, and Zimbabweans coming back on to the field. And it will be Gavin Rennie to finish off this over. He's just bowled, that was his first ball of his 6th over, and so over number 20 after 26.1 overs it is that wicket fell. 122 for the loss of 6 Australia. I haven't found it easy here on this wicket today. It's certainly not full of the runs that we saw on Friday. Still is a good wicket, one feels, but maybe with the dampness underfoot, the rain we had overnight, it might have juiced it up slightly, a little bit more bounce perhaps than we saw on Friday, and the spinners have taken full toll here, as well as Pit Rinker, who was outstanding in his opening spell. In fact, his full spell, he could only bowl the 8 overs. 8 overs, 3 for 34. And it's Gavin Rennie man who represented Zimbabwe at test level, and he is going to be away from us now. That's just angled nicely by Baker down to Chinyengatere at third man. He's at a shortish third man. They go through for the single, 123 for the loss of 5. Rennie away from us now. That's played, and they're going to go through a quick single, and sent back was McDonald by Baker, and good fielding by the man here at mid-on. That's Mark Nicol. Oh, it's nicely played there. Oh, it's gone through the legs of Mark Ferreira. We desperately disappointed by that. Pulled out the long barrier, but he wasn't able to stop that one going through for 4. And that is a good hard hit there by McDonald, and that's his first boundary for Tim McDonald, the first boundary. And he has moved on to 7 with that shot. It's 127 for the loss of 6. That's in the air, and it's out the ground. It's the short boundary on that side, and then that's a short delivery from Rennie, and that's really well played by McDonald. It's the first maximum of the innings. He plays that one beautifully in front of the scoreboard, over in front of the clubhouse here at Groot Drakenstein Games Club, and that's gone all the way for 6. And it is brightening up a bit here in the sunshine, brightening up for Australia as Tim McDonald plays that one over the boundary on the leg side. It's a much better delivery from Rennie. There's no run there, as that's picked up at square. I think that's Doug Murillia who's picked that one up. Indeed, it is the captain there at that fine, shortish fine leg position. Square leg, and there is no run. That's the end of the second power play. That over there going for 11, and was a very good over for Australia there. 133 for 6 now. Success though off the first ball of the over for Rennie, and then just after that being hit for a 4 and a 6, so 11 off the over and the wicket for Rennie. And he's now bowled 6 overs, has Gavin Rennie. 6 overs, 2 for 27. Angled nicely, oh well played into the leg side, offside by Baker. That's gone all the way, so just a little bit short onto that offside from Seeger, and it goes all the way down to the boundary for 4. And Baker taking that short delivery and playing it beautifully with the horizontal bat. Yes, I think there may be change. No change to the field as yet. Just still a 4-5 offside leg side field for the legs to the off spinner, and that's fielded here by Rennie at short fine leg. So we've got on the offside we've got a short third man, a point, extra cover mid off. We've got a man at mid on. We've got a deep mid wicket. We've got a mid wicket. We've got a deep backward square. We've got a short fine leg. That's played back to that short fine leg again. Gavin Rennie. There is no run. So first boundary there for Stephen Baker. And off the previous over, Tim McDonald getting a 6 and a 4. Seeger in once again. Just tucked into the leg side, and they are going to come through for 2, and that's exactly what Austin Corkin and myself were talking about a bit earlier on. If you play it with soft hands, you angle it out into the leg side, and that deep mid wicket has got to come in, the deep back of square have got to come in. There is plenty of time for 2, so Baker moves his score on to 7 with that 2, and wind coming up a little bit here, making it a bit cooler. It's just nicely bowled by Seager, just short of a length outside the off stump, and that's the kind of length he wants to be bowling, just angling in to the right-handed batter. 6 down are Australia, but these two already have put on a good number of runs for the 7th wicket. Nice bowling again from Seager. That's to mid-wicket, picked up by the captain Marilia, and there is no addition to the score. So 6 off the over, 139 for the loss of 6 now are Australia, and get through the overs very quickly do the spinners, and makes it a little bit more difficult to get the scores from the other venues around the the other venues that around the Cape Peninsula, where the 6 round robin matches, the last 6 round robin matches are being played. As Rennie bowls a beautiful delivery there, and it's coming forward is McDonald, looking to play that one down the ground. Mid-off is up in the circle, mid-on is up in the circle, and that means there is an opportunity to play it over their heads, but as Jeff Hemming found out, you take with it the risk of getting yourself perhaps into trouble, and he was stumped very well by Neil Ferreira off the bowling of Gavin Rennie. Oh, that one is full. He's played that one over the man at deep mid-wicket. That's a beautiful 6 once again from Tim McDonald, his 2nd maximum, taking full advantage of the short boundary together with the wind that is coming across the ground, that is making it much easier for the right-hander to play that forcible shot into the leg side. McDonald asking now for some new gloves to be brought out from the change room, maybe at the end of the over. Rennie only the 3 deliveries so far, and that's slightly short of it. It'll just be played down into the leg side. There is no run, as maybe that's it's not. I didn't want to see who that is on there. It might be Trevor Gripper there in that position at mid-wicket. It is indeed Trevor Gripper at mid-wicket. Trevor Gripper, whose father Ray held the record for the highest first-class score in South Africa for many years, 279 that he scored for what was then Rhodesia. And Trevor Gripper, test player for Zimbabwe. At the end of the over, that is 29 gone, and it was apart from that 6 was good over otherwise for Gavin Rennie, but 6 off the over, the one maximum, 145 for the loss of 6. Rennie now 7 overs that he has bowled, and he has just got the 1 left in his spell. As we update you, I'm going to try and get some updates from around the other grounds if I can, just to give you an idea of what is happening. So here 145 for the loss of 6, and elsewhere I'll try and get those scores now to run through them for you. Steven Seager it is that's going to be coming in towards us from the southern end of the ground, the R45 end. That's nicely flighted, but straight to Marilia at mid-wicket. There is no run. So India over 40s in their match against South Africa, 121 for 7 in that huge match there against South Africa in their 45 overs. So massively restricted by South Africa, as that's just played angled nicely down to short third man. Farao does the fielding, and they go through for a single. Baker giving the strike to the harder hitting MacDonald, and exactly the same score, 121 that Wales got against Sri Lanka, but they were all out in that innings, and Sri Lanka 50 for the loss of 1. Looks like they're going to be heading for a victory there. Seeger there just getting a false stroke played from MacDonald, not quite able to get onto that one. And 133 all out. Namibia against the USA at 58 for 2 they are, and New Zealand posting I think the highest score of the tournament. They did earlier on in the tournament, but they've got a very high score there as well today, 310 for loss of 5 against the UAE. So an appeal for that ball down the leg side, but it is a wide signalled, and which is not surprising, as that one just trying to maybe disrupt umpire Chris Lewis, but he's not going to be fooled by that. 310 for loss of 5 New Zealand, and 14 without loss the UAE. It was in that New Zealand innings, just looking at the full scorecard, that one played out very nicely by MacDonald once again into the leg side. It was in the air for a while, but not able to get round to that one. It's on the leg side boundary there, but it's Arthur Harley there, it's Arch Harley as they call him, and for New Zealand 109 by Greg Johnson, and 89 by, the 150's up there with that boundary, and he's bowled him, goes back to try and force it away on the offside, and Stephen Seeger gets the wicket. And just as Australia have got to their 150 in the 30th over, the wicket falls, and that is a big wicket for the play it on, Scott. No, it was a very good delivery. He was trying to play it to short on the offside, and just went straight into the stumps. Outstanding bowling there from Seeger, and really good innings by Tim MacDonald. Comes to an end, as I was describing what was happening there in that New Zealand game, but it is Tim MacDonald who has to go. 2 4s and 2 6s in his 23, and he's been bowled there. MacDonald bowled by Seeger, and Zimbabwe will be very happy with that, as I think it is supposed to be Ryan Snape coming in now for Australia. We'll have a look at that now, as I'm trying with my binoculars to desperately dislodge the dislodge the microphone, which I didn't manage to do. Ryan Snape it is that's coming to the crease for Australia, as they lose their 7th wicket with the score on 151. So the boundary off the over, and then off the 5th ball of the over. So the 5th ball of the 30th over. Losing that 7th wicket, a partnership of 29 between MacDonald and Baker, and MacDonald certainly the aggressor in that particular partnership. 23 he scored, and that 23 coming off just 21 balls with 2 4s and 2 6s. Another very good delivery, just angled down by Snape to Gavin Rennie at short at 45 on the leg side, and the end of the over. That is 30 gone. It's 151 for the loss of 7 now, and the 150, as I say, coming up in that over, and 150. It's 151 for the loss of 7, and after 29.4 overs. So it's going to be Baker to face up to Rennie. Rennie, who has bowled. He's now into his 8th and last over. And just nicely played by Baker into the leg side. Marilia does the fielding. There is no run. So Seeger into his 5th over, 1 for 14 so far. Sorry, 1 for 21 so far. Apologies. He came in for some punishment in his previous over, the over before, when he was hit for 11. And so So 2 for 22 it is for Gavin, sorry, 2 for 33 Gavin Rennie, 1 for 21 for Simon Seeger. Apologies there, I was looking at the number of dot balls that he bowled. 1 for 21, and Baker plays that one nicely into the leg side, and it is Pete Rinker who comes around to field. That was Rinker who took 3 wickets earlier on, and Rennie into his last over now, 7.3 overs, 2 for 33. Seeger 1 for 21. Nicely bowled again from Rennie. So earlier on it was Mark Nicol who bowled 2 full toss deliveries above waist height in the 1 over, and was removed from the attack after just 2 overs and 2 balls, and that's a lovely delivery for Rennie to finish his spell. And he's bowled exceptionally well from the northern end of the ground, the Paarl end, and he finishes his spell now with that last over, and it's Australia 152, just a single off that particular over from him. 152 for 7, batting just short of 5 runs to the over after 31 overs, and Stephen Seeger is going to continue, but Gavin Rennie finishing with just the 1 off that over, and 8 overs he's bowled. He bowled the 1 maiden, which was a wicket maiden, in his 4th over, conceded 34 runs, the same as Pete Rinker, and the 2 wickets, and it's going to be Stephen Seeger towards us again into his 5th over. That's outside the off stump. Baker tries to play it forcefully outside onto the leg side, and he's not able to make contact. Seeger, yeah. Seaver, did I say Seaver? Sorry, Seeger. As long as I didn't say Steven Seagal, it's all right, probably. So it's Seeger once again, and that one played out to Chinyangatere, who is at deep. So he's on the edge of the circle at mid-on, keeping these fielders in the circle. It's Ryan Snape on strike now for Australia. He plays that one into the leg side, and they're going to go through for the single. Rennie tosses it in to Seeger at the bowler's end. They go through for the single. So 153, 154 now for the loss of 7. Australia 7 down. They would have been looking for a big ending here, and the last 10 overs. It's up to these 2 to make that happen for them now. That's very nicely played, bowled once again, and played down into the 3rd man region. That's Farrell who is doing the fielding. He's warming up. We are probably expecting we need to have a 6th, 7th bowler potentially. Played back to the bowler, does some good fielding on his follow through, and the end of the over, and just the 3 off that over for, was it 2, sorry, off that over for Seeger. 154 for the loss of 7 now after 32. We have 8 overs left. 154 for the loss of 7. And it's a short over there from the umpires. And that is just 5 deliveries off that one from Seeger. So perhaps the umpires are feeling a little bit hungry, wanting to get through the overs a lot quicker. But no, certainly not doing that, just joking with you. There's a few changes to the field here, and we're going to have also a change of bowling. And Gavin Rennie having finished his overs, we are, I think, going to see Mark Farrell is going to be bowling. Is indeed Mark Farrell. Just marks out his run-up, and Farrell, who took a catch earlier on to get the wicket of Cos Beadle. So that was Ferreira, took the wicket of Justin Poole. It was a good catch. Poole going for that outside the off stump, just hitting up into the air, and Farrell took a good catch, settling himself well for that, and he's away from us now, and he's bowling his medium pacers to Ryan Snape. Nicely played by Snape, and that just bounces a bit off the edge of the square, and I think trying to see who that is there at that backward point position, as Gavin Rennie is at mid-wicket. Yeah, I'm not sure who that is. It looks maybe that's Bertus Erasmus. Full toss, so that's played through the hands of Rennie, but it's going to be Trenchard who's been able to come through and pick that up, and he prevents 2. Really quick across the ground is Stephen Trenchard. Some good fielding there from Zimbabwe. That full toss from Farrell is getting hit into the leg side. Short boundary this is, and Farrell probably going to have to get through 4 overs here. It's played into the ground, and to the captain Marilia, who is there at
no, don't get so excited.
Extra cover. It was indeed a bump ball, and he's sending Mark Nicol out to the deep cover boundary. A few changes in the field here. That's down to the man at deep mid-wicket. That is Peter Rinker. He's in quickly, and it's just the single. So Zim just trying to get through their overs as quickly as possible now. 5-4 offside leg side field. Got a man shortish at third man. He's just outside the ring though, and that's straight to Arthur Harley here in front of us at mid-off, and they're through for the single. So runs in that over coming in singles, just the 3 off it. 157 for the loss of 7 after 33 Australia. And they are batting at just under 5 runs to the over. I think these two will be looking for a big finish. Top order though of Australia, that is all those batters back in the pavilion. Ryan Armstrong, the best of the batters for Australia in this innings. It's been a bit of a stop-start innings from them. And the 7 batters out so far. Snape is facing up to Seeger. That's nicely played into the offside, and man coming around there is Erasmus, and fields very nicely, so they only take the single. Zimbabwe very animated in the field. Captain chatting to his players. Seeger into his 6th over now. Simon Seeger keep calling him Steven Seeger. Simon Seeger taking another run. I don't know why I do apologise. I've been calling him Steven Seeger the whole time. It's Simon Seeger. I probably was thinking of Steven Seagal. So that's not something that I should have been thinking of. Tall man, Simon Seeger. Oh dear, everybody laughing here at me, which is good. And good fielding there by that's Trenchard, I think it is, in the cover region. He's been really full of running in the field and making sure that he can stop whatever runs there are. That's down the leg side, signal wide by umpire Chris Ruiz. Zimbabwe won't want to be giving any more of those away, but it's only his second wide. Simon Seeger. Very nicely bowled by Seeger there. He's just been varying flight, and he's putting in some of the quicker ones, some of them with a lot of flight, getting drift and a bit of dip there onto the right-hander. It's all very quiet out there from a batting point of view. On Friday here we were seeing absolute pyrotechnics from Pit Bayer of the UAE at this time with the last 10 overs, but nothing much on offer to hit here for the Australians. Three off the over so far. Another very good delivery and a stifled appeal from Neil Ferreira behind the stumps, and another over that goes for just 3 runs. And Seeger has been bowling exceptionally well. Now bowled 6 overs, 1 for 26, and just over 4 runs to the over. And Zimbabwe, it must be said, have really tracked this back very well. Australia were doing really well into the 7th over with only 1 wicket down at 51, and it was then that Pete Rinker took the wicket of the third batter, Greg Hunt, caught in the gully by Trevor Gripper. Really good, very, very good catch by Gripper in the gully region, and that then really slowed the run rate down for Australia, losing their 3rd wicket in then the 9th over, and since then difficult to get partnerships going. Nice from Farao, but it's played very nicely into the leg side, but Trenchard will be around from his position at mid-on, prevents any thought of more than a single. He's just stretching that that right leg there as he was round quickly to field that one. Stephen Trenchard, who you might have heard earlier on, was unfortunate enough to have tore his bicep in the Africa Cup tournament in November, I think it was, and has done well to recover in time after surgery to get back into action here for this World Cup. It's again to Trenchard, and he's doing a lot of work today. He's in quickly, picks up one-handed and goes past the bowler through to Gavin Rennie, who's at extra cover and just fielding on, just backing up very nicely. So once again, coming in singles at the moment though for Australia. 3 singles off the over so far. Farao away from us again now. And once again it's to Trenchard, and he just tosses it back to the bowler Farao. Zimbabwe won't mind these runs coming in singles at the moment. Australia only 6 overs left to bat, and they'll be looking, these two, just to get that eye settled in and see if they can start to hit a few boundaries, but there's nothing on offer there. The bowler is around to stop that one, on his follow through. So 4 off the over so far. Just the 1 delivery left. That's nicely played, but there is a man sweeping on the boundary there. That's Mark Nicol, and there is no. It's just a single, 165 for the loss of 7. So just a 5 off that over from Farrell, and it's been a while since the last boundary. In fact, the last boundary I think was hit by Tim McDonald just before he was out. McDonald bowled by Simon Seeger, the right-hander, just trying to work it away against the spin into the offside, and going back and not managed to make contact, and the ball clattering into his stumps. But it was a very good 23 of 21 by McDonald, and the top scorer so far in the innings though has been Ryan Armstrong with 37 of 47 for Australia, and he was the 3rd wicket to fall. Played straight to Chinyangatere, Robertson Chinyangatere, who's affectionately known as Robbo in the team. And when I introduced myself earlier on today, he said, no, my name's Robbo. Just really good to engage with all these players. Wonderful to have both Ray Buchanan and Austin Corkin here from the Zimbabwean team. We're hoping that Jamie Pinelli will be able to join us from the Australian team this afternoon for the Australian bowling effort. Simon Seeger in straight to backward point, and it's an absolute bullet throw from Stephen Trenchard there in the point position. My goodness, he's got a great arm, and it's almost like a bionic arm. I wonder if he had that operation, bicep operation. He's really recovered well to be throwing that one in like that. Very fit man, and it's played into the deep now, backward of square, right down to the very tall Arthur Harley. Down here to my left at deep backward square. Baker now on strike. So just 2 off the over so far. Another good over from Seeger. That's played very nicely by Baker. He's very good at those shots. He got his previous boundary playing into that 3rd man region, and it's Trenchard around, and he fields very well. He's got it's just his hamstring, it looks like, on that left leg. He's struggling a little bit there. He's just that arm. He's got a very strong arm. Has Trenchard 3 for 2 to Baker. So 4 off the over so far. Baker's forward plays that one down to Chinyangatere, who's at long on. They go through for the single, and that is another good over for Zimbabwe. 170, or was it 160? No, 170 on the board now for the loss of 7. So just another 5 off that over from Seeger, and that is his 7th over that he's bowled now. And it'll be 1 more over for him. Mark Farrell has 2 overs left, and we're just going to probably see 1 over. We're probably going to have to see that 1 over from Bertus Erasmus, maybe, who got 1 over to make up because of Mark Nicol not being able to finish his spell. That's into the leg side, and it's going to be 1 for Baker down to Rinker, who's on the boundary at deep mid-wicket. It is a shorter boundary that side, as Farrell's into his 3rd over. That's nicely played, but straight to Trenchard at mid-on, just a single. So Simon Seeger so far 1 for 31. 3 bowlers have finished their spells. It's Farrell away from us again. That's very nicely played. It's going to go straight to Rinker at deep mid-wicket. Tosses it in. Just 4 overs left in this innings, and it's Snape and Baker here for Australia. Oh, and that is a catch that's gone down, I think, off the inside edge. It's gone down to the boundary for 4. In fact, it probably wasn't a catch. It would have been an outstanding catch had Neil Ferreira been able to take it. That's Ryan Snape's first boundary, I think. Labiva, his first boundary for Ryan Snape. It is indeed, and off the inside edge down to the boundary. And Ryan Snape, perhaps a little bit fortunate not to have been caught off that one. And that's in the air, but it's going to land safely between the man at extra cover and the deep cover on the boundary. So having to hit out here now, Snape getting his first boundary, trying there to hit that one over the top. He managed to. Just falling short of the man at deep cover. Very nicely played, but straight down there. I think that's Trevor Gripper at that captain Doug Marilia at backward point. There is no run. So the end of the over from Mark Farrell. End of his 3rd over, and now Australia now on to 178. 8 off that over. Good over for Australia. 178 for the loss of 7. These two are putting on 27 so far for the 8th wicket, and it's going to be Seager again. Simon Seager is going to be coming in for his last over. Quick change between the overs there, Zimbabwe. They're really getting through the overs very quickly. It's nearly 10 to 3 here. South African Standard Time. And if you are watching this from over in Australia, really great to have you with us. It's been a difficult batting effort for Australia. Zimbabwe winning the toss earlier on and putting Australia into bat, and the wicket perhaps got a little bit of moisture underneath. It's not been easy. They've had to work hard for their runs today. Nicely played by Snape into the leg side, down to the left-armed Arthur Harley on the boundary here to our left, at deep backward square. So Baker on 21 on strike. And he's played that very nicely, and that's lapped down the leg side, and it's going to go for 4, and a really good shot there from Baker, and Gavin Rennie it is here in front of us that comes to collect it. 99 on his back. It was he that earlier on bowled exceptionally well, 8 overs, 2 for 34, and Baker here and Snape here now with 4 in the with really just the 3 overs to go. Really trying to accelerate their run rate here. They have to do that. They want to get Australia as close to, if not over, that 200 mark. You still feel on this wicket that will be competitive as Rinker picks that one up in the covers, and Baker moving away to try and play that one, or did play it through the offside. So Baker on 25, Snape on 14. Nice from Snape, but straight through to Trenchard at point, and they go through for the single. Just the 1 ball left, I think there is, in Seager's over. Get it right this time. It's Simon Seager towards us from the beautiful southern end of the ground, and that's lapped again beautifully by Baker. He plays that sweep shot fine, and that's a very good shot, and he's really played that one well. It's his 2nd boundary in the over. Well done by the batter there, and they've taken toll of that over there from the bowling of Simon Seeger. It is 11 off that over from him. 189 now for the loss of 7 are Australia, and with that shot it was Stephen Baker who has gone now to 30s. Into the 30s is Baker. 30 he is on, 30 not out, and there's been contributions down the order from Australia, but nobody except Ryan Armstrong there getting the 37 of 47 deliveries. It has been very difficult, the scoring on this ground, with the pace being taken off. This is Mark Farrell away from us now, and that's played very nicely. That's going to go all the way. Yes, it does. And very good shot there from Ryan Snape. He takes it length ball outside the off stump. It's in his arc, and this one is out the park, and a really good shot as Farrell is in and bowling his 4th over. Went for 8 of his last over, and this already now looking to be a bit more an expensive over for him. That's nicely played outside the off stump, but it's only going to go out to the man on the cover boundary. So Snape gets, in fact, his first maximum, a 3rd 6 of the innings for Australia. 2 big sixes by Tim MacDonald. That's very nicely played. Square of the wicket by Baker. It's gone to the right of the man at deep backward square for 4. It's an outstanding innings, and that's the 200 up now for Australia. Gone to exactly 200, and that coming off 38 overs and 3 deliveries, I think it is, for Australia. So 38.3 overs. Has a full go outside the off stump, and well taken by Neil Ferreira behind the wicket. It's been a very good over for Australia, this 11 so far off the over as they go to 200, and they are giving themselves something to bowl at here, Australia. And that's going way over the boundary and into the clubhouse here for 6. They've gone for 6, waiting for the umpire to signal. Are we? I'm sure that went for 6. Just umpire Sadiq Mayer waiting to see if the balls come back. Was a maximum? Wasn't? It was a maximum. Yeah, 6 runs there. That so I must have missed the signal. So a very good shot from Baker. That's played equally well into the leg side. That's gone for 4. So brilliant batting here from Baker. Hits 2 4s in succession and a 6, and this has been outstanding hitting from him. Farrell in that over really getting punished as Australia move now to 210 for the loss of 7. That over going for 21. What an over from Australia. Brilliant stuff from these two, Ryan Snape and Baker. Baker is now moved on to 44. It is to Baker. He seemed to hurt himself here though. Just he went just down onto the ground. It's going to be 1 over left to be bowled. The last over then as for 21 that over went for from Mark Farrell, just bowling a little bit short, and just they're able to get the ball over the boundary, and so the 1-6, in fact I think it was just the 1-6 in that over, and really was fantastic stuff. So Snape and Baker taken the score from 151. They're just 1 run short of their, in fact they've gone to a 50 partnership. That's down the leg side as coming into bowl is this Erasmus Harley, sorry. So it's Arthur Harley going to be bowling the last over. Apologies for that. That's nicely angled, but only down to the man at 45 at third man. So far, good over for Zimbabwe. Just the 2 deliveries, just the 1 run off it so far. Baker on strike. The left armour, and that's very well bowled by Harley. But Baker trying to take that one with the spin, which is spinning away from the right-hander into the offside. And there is a man on the cover boundary, but he's bowled him, trying to play that one, reverse sweep, and he isn't able to make contact, and it just goes and takes the off bail, and it is a wicket for Arthur Harley in his first over. In fact, he's only conceded 1 run so far. Australia 211 for the loss of 7. A fantastic, it must be said, great 60-run partnership here between Snape and Baker. It's Baker who has to go, and he scored 44. It was Baker of 42 deliveries, I think it was, and after 39.4 overs, so they were batting at 6 and over, these two, for that 60-run partnership. By far the best of the innings so far for Australia, and they certainly needed it, as they were staring a figure of a total of under 200 for their innings, but they are now sitting at 211 for 7. There's 2 balls left in the innings, and coming to the wicket as they are 8 down is new man number 22, and that will be Peter Atkinson, the opening bowler for Australia. His nickname apparently is Akko, and so it's Peter Atkinson here at the crease, number 22. He's got 2 balls left to face of Arthur Harley's over, and Arthur Harley in now, and that one is edged, I think, past down here. Pete Rinker chasing. I don't think he's going to get there. He doesn't, and that is 4 off the outside edge, and unfortunately going very, very fine, and Pete Rinker not able to get to that one. So 4 conceded there off his second last delivery by Harley. Been bowling at a brilliant over up until that point, the wicket, and only 4 off it, 1 off it so far. So it's been a very good last over for Zimbabwe so far, this. And he plays that one through the gap on the offside, does the new batter, and that's gone for another 4. So Harley goes for 9 in his last over. Australia end on 219 for the loss of 8 after their 40 overs. They're batting at just under 5.5 an over. They've set Zimbabwe 220 to win at exactly 5.5 an over. And I'm going to now just run through the story of the day for you, and just give you the score from the scores for the respective batters and the bowling figures. So just to run through what that position was, and just going through the batting card for you of Australia. And sorry, Scott Jarvis, I was talking Peter Atkinson, it was actually Scott Jarvis, number 22. Apologies there, getting that wrong. Scott Jarvis, number 22. I'm mistaken for Peter Atkinson, number 2. So it is the lineup for Australia. So first man out to their top scorer of the tournament so far, Cos Beadle. He scored 8 off 8 deliveries. He was caught by Neil Ferreira off the bowling of Mark Nicol. Second man to go was Greg Hunt, caught by Trevor Gripper in the at gully off the bowling of Pete Rinker. First of Rinker's 3 victims, score on 47. Third man out for Australia, Justin Poole, with a score on 55. And then it was Ryan Armstrong who scored 37, second highest score for Australia, and he was out with a score on 80. It was 80 for 4 after 25. Zimbabwe pegging it back very well, 5 for 109. the wicket of Jeff Hemming for 25. Richie Wild was out then with a score on 122. He scored 23 of 37. Tim McDonald then out at 151 with a score 151. He scored 23. 2 mighty sixes and 2 fours. An innings coming off 21 balls as Australia looked then to accelerate once again. And the last wicket to fall, that of Stephen Baker, when the score was on 211 in the final over of the innings, bowled by Arch Harley. He scored 44, 41, 5 fours and 1 6. There were 4 sixes in the innings. Ryan Snape ending on 22 of 26, and Scott Jarvis 8, just 2 deliveries of which he hit 2 boundaries, so very good from him towards the end of the innings. Australia end on 219 for 8. On the bowling side, Pete Rinker 3 for 43, Rennie 2 for 34, and the captain Doug Maria 0 for 25, and Simon Seager, I've been calling him Stephen Seager the whole day, 1 for 42, Arch Harley 1 for 8, but by far and feels the best of the bowlers there. Pete Rinker, who really pegged it back after Zimbabwe had been put to the sword by the opening pair, not the opening pair, but by Armstrong and Hunt, who put on 32 for the second wicket, took its score from 15 to 47, but just in literally 5 overs, batting at a very good rate, the two of them, and it was then getting it back from 7 and over. Now we'll be requiring 5.5 and over will Zimbabwe to score the 220 to win off the 40 overs, and it's been a real privilege to bring you this innings of Australia, and Zimbabwe will be back and coming in about half an hour or so. Just a reminder that this tournament, the Over-40s World Cup, brought to you by International Masters Cricket, and the tournament in South Africa organised by the Veterans Cricket Association of South Africa, and chairperson there, Roger Malt, who we saw the other day at when we were in at Greenpoint. It was really good to see Roger Malt, and at Bergfleet High School, and we're here at Dragonstein Games Club. It's a beautiful venue for cricket, beautiful mountains in the background that you can see there, and that's the mountains to the south. Behind there, the Jonkershoek Valley, and the beautiful town of Stellenbosch. Key sponsor for this particular event, Sisonke Tours and Events, and they are, you'll find them on the internet at www.sisonketours.co.za. That is SISONKE tours.co.za. Vita Boost, Vita 24 Vitamin Boost drinks, other key sponsor for this tournament. We have Pitch Vision, who are providing you with the visuals and the commentary here today, and the team here, myself, James King, the Cape Fox, with me Nonkululeko, Labiba and Scott, and it's been really great bringing you this broadcast. And the other key sponsors, the Dragon's Peak Beer Company, who are really providing their beverages to all the teams, and really has been great support from all those four key sponsors. The City of Cape Town as well, and also for the cricketing equipment, smcricket.co.za, and with the communications and other equipment for the teams here. We are provided by, I think it's Smartphone VIP. Just let me get the correct name for them, just to make sure that we have that correct for you. It is Softphone VIP, apologies, Softphone VIP. So from all the sponsors and from us at the moment, we'll be bringing you the Zimbabwean innings in about half an hour's time. It's goodbye from the Dragonstein Games Club. Welcome back to Groot Drakenstein Games Club, as we are going to see Grant Milbank, and it is going to be Steve Trenchard facing the first delivery, and the left-handed batter just plays that out into the offside, and there is no run. So Milbank, who didn't bat, was down to bat, in fact down to the 12th player in the Australian team, the opening bowler, and comes in as replacement, and it's Trevor Gripper and Steve Trenchard. It's actually not Trenchard, it's number 70, so I thought it wasn't, thought it looked like it must be Neil Ferreira.
It's number 70.
Number 70, Neil Ferreira, who's opening the batting with Trevor Gripper. Yeah, 7-0. Trevor, it's Neil Ferreira. And opening the batting with Trevor Gripper. That's very nicely played by Ferreira through the covers. A little bit short outside the off stump, but he's played that one through the extra cover region for 4. And off the mark is Ferreira, and so are Zimbabwe, as Milbank just is bowling a little bit short there on that particular one. So Zimbabwe chasing 220 in their 40 overs to win this match and ensure. That's very well played out into the leg side. It's a long boundary out that way. It's not going to go all the way, I don't think. No, it's not, as number 7 for Australia, that's Tim McDonald, does really well to come round and pick up and throws beautifully in to the bowler, but not before they're through for 2. So Zimbabwe off to a good start in this, the first over, and the wicket certainly Milbank again. That's a good delivery, and on the line of middle and off stump, angling into the left-hander from the Milbank bowling here from the northern end of the ground, the end Paarl end, or what they call the Solms Delta Farm end. Let's give him Milbank again over the wicket, the left armour into Ferreira, and that's again played very nicely out into the leg side. It's a long boundary that side, and they're through for another 2, as it is McDonald once again who chases that one out into the deep. So 8 off the first over, and Neil Ferreira doing very well there for Zimbabwe to get them off to a good start in that first over. And just a reminder that Australia scored 219 for the loss of 7 in their, 219 for 8, should I say, in their 40 overs. This game reduced to 40 overs a side because of the rain earlier on today, which there was a wet patch on the pitch which needed to be dried, and meant that we had a later start. And so we see Shivnarayan Chanderpaul just taking his stride. Oh, sorry, no, that's Trevor Gripper doing the using the bail there to mark his guard. No, as a number of West Indian batters do. And just excuse the joke there on my side, as we have just looking at the field for the spinner. We have a spin right arm off break bowler to the right-handed Gripper, and it is bowling from that end. It is Richie Wild who is bowling from the southern end of the ground. Richie Wild, as we were saying earlier on, was born and spent most of his life in the UK. Played for Nottinghamshire second 11, also represented the UK or England at represented England in indoor cricket, did Richie Wild. Played for the Notts second 11 and has played List A cricket in Nottinghamshire. So did well earlier on today with the bat as well. Australia struggled a little bit with the wicket. 23 of 27 was for Richie Wild. And he's towards us again from the... it's a beautiful shot from Trevor Gripper. Gripper just plays that one down to the backward point boundary, and that is gone for 4, a little bit short, and Gripper makes no mistake with that. Trevor Gripper, man who has played Test cricket for Zimbabwe, and Trevor Gripper, 20 Test matches, 809 runs with a high score of 112, average of 21.86. And he just tickles that one down to the leg side. They'll take a single, and the end of the over, and another reasonable over that for Zimbabwe. 5 off the over, they moved to 13 without loss after 2 overs. Richie Wild, his first over, gone for that last ball, going for just a single. So Wild 0 for 5 after his first over, and Milbank will continue, and he'll be bowling, I think, still over the wicket, the left armer. Grant Milbank, who hails from Western Australia, and got some very impressive records. In fact, the only player in this team from Western Australia, as he's away from us again. So plays his club cricket for Leshano Cricket Club in Western Australia, and one of his distinctions is that he has taken a double hat-trick at club level. So that is 6 wickets in 6 deliveries, which is quite an astounding achievement as he's away from us now. That's beautifully played by Gripper, and he'll be upset that that one hit the stumps. That would have come all the way down here for 4 had that actually not hit the stumps at the bowler's end. There is nobody patrolling the deep boundary here. Have the man at mid-off and a mid-on, just to try and see the field changing now for Neil Ferreira. Ferreira also who that's down the leg side, and is it going to go all the way? It does not go all the way. It looks like it's been saved just on the boundary there, and it's tossed in. I think that might be Ros Beadle tossed that in. This is off the pad. So Zimbabwe through for 2 leg byes. First leg byes that we have seen in this innings. So it's 2 leg byes there, and it's going to be Ferreira facing again. Good delivery from Milbank this time outside the line of off stump, and that's where you want to be bowling, just short of a length on at this particular pitch. So we've got an interesting field. We've got 2 slips. We've got a man at almost a gully, a backward point gully. We've got a third man. Got a man at point. Got a man at a short mid-off, and then a deepish mid-off. 7-2 offside leg side field to the left-handed Ferreira, and facing up to the left arm over the wicket bowler Milbank. That's Ryan Snape here at mid-off. And at mid-on, we have Jeff Hemming. Much better over this one from Milbank after his first one went for 8. Now this over just the 3 off the over, the 2 leg byes, and just a single off the bowler. So much better over this one from Milbank. certainly on this wicket you've got to be very, very careful. Can't put anything short or over pitched. You are going to get punished. Short deliveries particularly, and we saw that towards the end of the Zimbabwean innings in that 1 over from Mark Farrar, where it was very difficult for him, as it's going to be the right arm off breaks of Richie Wild to continue from the southern end of the ground, the R45 end or Stellenbosch end of the ground. That's very nicely played by Gripper. It's going over the field on the leg side. It's going to go to deep square. There was a man at that deep mid-wicket position. It's not surprisingly for the ball angling into the right armour, the right-hander, should I say. So 3 fielders allowed outside the circle in the first power play. Just 2 for Trevor Gripper, and he plays that one nicely to the leg side, but it's not going to give him a run, as that goes straight to Greg Hunt at sort of backward square on the leg side. Gripper just defensively forward. So he's on 8, Ferreira on 10. Be keeping an eye on the scores for the other games. I'll give you an indication that's short, and that is going to get dealt with, and does. Gripper's going to get 2 for that, is he? Or is it has it gone to the boundary? No, it hasn't gone to the boundary. It's tossed in. So just the 2 to Trevor Gripper. He played that one very nicely, did Gripper. Can't, as I say, bowl short on this wicket, and that's exactly the length you want to be bowling. Richie Wild does a very good job there with that, and it's another 4 off that over. So 20 without loss, Zimbabwe after 4, and that is pretty much what they need. They need 5.5 and over to win this match. They're currently batting at 5 and over after 4 overs. Good over there from Wild, just the 4 off it. First power play, just to remind you, with this shortened match, first power play is 14 overs, 3 players are allowed outside the circle, and it's going to be Milbank again. Left alone by Ferreira. So there are a number of matches that are already finished today. England defeating Canada by 9 wickets, which means that Zimbabwe's 3rd place on the log here in Group Division A is secure. They just want to see if they can get the runs quickly enough, if they can get through to that first position. Doesn't look like they are. That's Ferreira beaten outside the off stump by Milbank. Good delivery. Milbank really getting into his work now and just finding his line and length. Was much better in that previous over. First over just struggling to get the right line and length, but he's really doing well now, and gets a good amount of pace, does Milbank. That's too full, but straight to the man at mid-off, Jeff Hemming, and there is no run. So that match between England and the UAE is now over. 3 matches have already been completed in the 6 matches that are being played today, and some very interesting matches happening. I'll give you some of the other 2 scores of the games that aren't over yet. Too short, and that's been dealt with by Ferreira. And that is exactly what happens on this wicket. You cannot bowl short on this wicket. It just sits up, and beautifully set up there for Ferreira, and he's not going to miss out, and he doesn't. He plays that one very forcefully through the offside. And certainly, speaking with both the Australians and Zimbabweans at the lunch break, just give you that information now. Nice outside the off stump, Baker, the wicket keeper, who batted very well for his 44 today, and getting Australia to that 219 for the loss of 8. out in the last over, but he and Snape putting together a 60-run partnership for the 8th wicket really pushed Australia to what is a good total on this wicket, and that's again short, and again it's punished through the offside, and the width there on offer was what was important for Ferreira, and he plays it out to the offside, and he has now, I think that's his is that his 3rd or 4th boundary, Labiva? 3rd boundary for Neil Ferreira, a man who has also played first class cricket, and I think he has played also for Zimbabwe. Played in fact 1 test match for Zimbabwe and 40 first class matches, 2,515 runs with a top score of 210 not out, an average of 34.93 in a career that went in first class level between 1996 and 2005. I say just the 1 test match for Zimbabwe, and change of bowling almost immediately after Richie Wild's 2 overs, and it is going to be from the northern end of the ground, number 2 on his back. That is Peter Atkinson, and Acco as they call him. I mistook him earlier on for Ryan Snape when Snape, sorry, not Ryan Snape, when Scott Jarvis came into bat towards the end of the innings, and just taking a guard again is Trevor Gripper, a different guard this time. So just to give you an indication, so Wales over 40s been beaten by Sri Lanka by 5 wickets, Wales 121 all out, and 122 for 5 it was for Sri Lanka, as it's Peter Atkinson towards us now, and that's nicely played by Gripper down into the leg side. It's being chased by the man at mid-off, should I say. He's not going to get there. It goes down to the spectators that are here at the to where we see sort of mid-on on the northern end or southern end of the ground, should I say, and that's through for 4. Ryan Snape chasing it down to the boundary there. So another boundary to Trevor Gripper, his 2nd of the innings. Zimbabwe now moving along very nicely in this innings, and moving to 32 without loss, 28 without loss it was at the end of 5 overs. So Milbank, who started his over very well last over, going for 8 then off the 2 boundaries from Ferreira, and just tucked into the leg side by Gripper. It's not able to be picked up cleanly by Jeff Hemming, and they're through for a single. So left-hander Ferreira will now be down at this end, and 33 without loss Zimbabwe, as they seek to knock these runs off on what is going to be a better track this afternoon. It was a little bit it certainly was coming onto the bat earlier on quite nicely, but perhaps a little bit damp underneath, and not the easiest track to bat on. And that's played very well through to that man at short extra cover, number 10 for Australia. That is Justin Poole. Wildish outside the off stump, taken by the wicketkeeper Baker. We've got Baker, wicketkeeper. We've got a slip in place as well for Australia. That's Cos Beadle, and Beadle, who's been in outstanding form with the bat, and not able to do that today. Just the 8 off 8 balls with 2 fours, but he's been in outstanding form as number 4 run scorer on the total charts for the competition so far. And it was that man again for New Zealand today, Hardeep Singh, who got another 80-odd before he was out, was retired hurt. So retains his spot at the top of the run charts. The end of the first over from Peter Atkinson here, has gone for 6. So 34 without loss are Zimbabwe after 6. And by comparison, Australia 47 for the loss of 1 after 6. So Zimbabwe doing well here. batting at the required rate that they need at over. They need 5.5 and over to win, as it's Millbank away from us now. That's short again and played beautifully again through the covers by Ferreira, and short and wide. It's going to get punished all day as Ferreira hits his 4th boundary, and that's the 3rd one in the last 2 overs off Millbank that have gone through the offside. Just going to have to make sure he gets that line right. The length just a little bit too short as well at the moment, and Ferreira has moved on very nicely to 23 with those 4 boundaries. Nice ball outside the line of the off stump, well taken to by Baker, who's standing up. It's been a ploy that was followed by Ferreira when he was keeping in the Zimbabwean innings. Zimbabwe were bowling that he was standing up to the medium paces. It's Millbank away from us now. That's beautiful. That's coming all the way. That's heading our way. It's going to go into the trees here behind us. And that's gone for a maximum, this time overcompensating, and Ferreira takes full toss. It's hit out into the deep here, and it's gone behind us here and just in the tree after it bounced. What a shot, my word. Our producer, Consolidation, recovering that from the tree and handing the ball to Ryan Snape here, who in front of us, and that just going to have a look at that. Bounced, I think, on the road and into the tree. It's indeed so. Producer Nonkuleko, luckily he's a tall man. I couldn't have got that. It's definitely, and managed to retrieve it out of the tree behind us. One of the pine trees that are behind us here. So very good work done by our producer, not only in providing you with the visuals here, but also able to assist the fielders. It's Millbank now after conceding that 6th. And that's just defended by Ferreira. He's looking really good out there, is Neil Ferreira. It's still 2 balls to go in this over from Millbank. He's conceded a 4 off the first delivery and then a 6 off the 3rd delivery. And it's been a good start for Zimbabwe here. 44 they are now without loss into the 7th over. Oh, what a catch! My word! That is an incredible catch. And that is just absolutely brilliant from Justin Poole. He's in there at that position at short mid-off, and he has called out an absolute blinder to get the wicket of the Neil Ferreira, who was looking so good, Ferreira. And wow, what a catch. So Zimbabwe lose their first wicket at 44, and Justin Poole take a bow. What a catch, one-handed, diving to his left, and he just took the catch. It just stuck, and really such joy for the Australians. Neil Ferreira was really looking good, and particularly being ruthless on the bowling of Grant Millbank, and that brings Robertson Chinyengatera to the wicket, and down on our scorecard coming in at number 4. He's coming in at number 3. Captain Dougie Marilia not yet coming into bat, so it'll be Chinyengatera who will be facing up, I think, to the last ball of the Grant Millbank over. And just to give you the those figures for Neil Ferreira, he was caught Justin Poole off the bowling of Millbank for 29 of 24 balls. Really good innings from him. 29 of 24 balls with 4 fours and 1 mighty 6 of the previous over, not in this over should I say, and he has to go as it's Chinyengatera, and that's a beautiful delivery to the right hander, angling across him, and the end of the Millbank over. Successful one for the Australians. Might well have gone for those 10 runs, but they have taken a wicket, and that's very important for them, as Ferreira was looking very, very dangerous. He did hit that ball really hard, but it was just in the air, and plucked out sort of the air close as he went down, sort of adjacent to his knee, and just a brilliant catch by Poole. Excuse me, really good from the Australian fielders. It's been a hallmark of this tournament so far. We've seen some excellent fielding, and really can't stress enough how good some of the catching and fielding has been by the over-40s. And Trevor Gripper plays that beautifully down into the vacant mid-on region. You know, it's absolutely nothing Ryan Armstrong can do about that. He's at mid-on. It's gone down once again for a boundary, and Gripper hits his third boundary. Two of them have gone into that region. He's been particularly strong on the onside of straight, as Peter Atkinson just strays there down the onto that side, and it's 48 now for the loss of one Zimbabwe into the 8th over, and that's going to be a single this time for Gripper. Trevor Gripper, as I was explaining earlier on, son of Ray Gripper. Ray Gripper, a man who for some time held the South African first class record of 279. That was the highest score in first class cricket in South Africa, as it's Robertson Chinyengatere. He's also been in outstanding form, Chinyengatere, for Zimbabwe in this tournament, as he's just having from somebody walking behind the sight screen there, just asking Peter Atkinson to please not to bowl that one, pulling away. So Atkinson, oh, it's a good delivery, and Atkinson conceding just the 6th of his first over. Richie Wild only bowling the 2 overs with his off breaks. That's a good delivery outside the line of the off stump, and he's getting into his work now is Peter Atkinson. 49 for 1 Zimbabwe, just looking to get their 50, the Australian 50, coming up in 7 overs into the 8th over now for Zimbabwe, but they are very much on a par with the run rate from Australia. Australia 51 for 2 it was when they went to their 50, and that was in the 7th over. Very similar situation for Zimbabwe, just a little bit behind the Australian run rate at this stage. Wisely left alone by Chinyengatere, and that's not a bad over from Atkinson. 5 off it, and it's 49 for 1 after 8. So batting at a rate of 6 runs to the over are Zimbabwe, just the 1 wicket down that in the previous over from Millbank of Neil Ferreira.
Sorry, I'm still not sure about that.
No, I'm sure you're not, Siri. I don't quite know why you even answered me on that one. So, so even Siri wants to get on the commentary here on this broadcast of the International Masters Cricket World Cup, the Over-40s Cricket World Cup, and we're going to have a change of bowling. From this end, it is going to be Richie Wild again. He's going to be coming on this time from the northern end of the ground, and he's got a widespread field on the leg side for the off spinner. He's got the 3 fielders that he is allowed out on the boundary. They're all posted out in the deep on the leg side. So we've got a man at deep backward square, got a man at deep mid wicket, and a man at long on. And we also have a man at traditional mid-wicket. We've got 5 on the offside. So we've got a short third man. We've got a point, cover, extra cover, and a mid-off. And it's Wild again. It's a tall man. Richie Wild is away from us now. And he's got a very... Oh, that's a good shot. Thought there that Beadle might have got hold of that one in the covers, but they're through for 2. It is fielded out there on the boundary. just chasing it out to the boundary. It is there, and that's they're through for the 2. It's going to be wild again to be away from us now. Good 2 there from Trevor Gripper. And plays it beautifully through the covers this time. Beadle can't get to that one. And that, I think, is going to go all the way. Is it going all the way? It is indeed going all the way. And Gripper plays that one beautifully. A little bit short from the bowler. And that's 4-6 off the over so far. With that first 2, in fact, off that with the 2. Went to the boundary. Not the boundary. The 2 that took Zimbabwe to their 50, and 50 coming up off 8.2 overs. 55 now it is for the loss of 1. So very much in line, just an over behind where Australia were at the same time. Really is a beautiful day here. It's not too warm. The sun has gone now. It's cooling it down a little bit. So after those 2 scoring shots, just the 6 off the over, it's 55 for the loss of 1. As Zimbabwe now very much on the run rate at the moment as we approach the 10th over. Australia getting through the overs exceptionally quickly. It must be said the fielding changes are very quick. We with 4 Atkinson, we've still got that 7-2 offside leg side field. He's in. That's a beauty outside the off stump. Beats Chinyangateri as he goes forward to that one. And really was outstanding from him. The bowler, Peter Atkinson. So there's a slip, 3rd man. There's a gully. And a man at that short, catching extra cover position. Just left alone once again outside the off stump. Robertson Chinyangateri, or Robbo as they call him, the Zimbabwean team. Robbo has played 30 first-class matches between and has just on the bounce there, too wild at backward point. 30 first-class matches, 1,047 first-class runs at a 94 is his highest, an average of 22.27. So as an accomplished player is Robertson Chinyangateri. He just tries to cut that one away, just slightly short from Atkinson. Perhaps the first one that he's been able to even get near to hitting, but not able to do that. As we see a bit of a change to the field, there is a man, so Richie Wild, going out to a deepish backward point or deep point position. So we've now got 2 men out in the deep on the offside. That's nicely bowled in to the pads of Chinyangateri. He can't get that away. A good bowling from the Australian paceman here, and trying to defend 220, which Zimbabwe need to win. And off that delivery, we've got Ryan Armstrong just going out to the long on boundary, and another good delivery for Atkinson. That's a maiden over from the Australian, first maiden of the innings for Australia, and that coming in the 10th over. So Zimbabwe, after 10, are exactly on the run rate that they require to win this match, which is 5.5 and over, 220 off 40 overs. And it's going to be Richie Wild to continue from the northern end of the ground, also known as the Solms Delta Farm end, with the Solms Delta Farm the neighbour to this ground. In fact, it was part of the land, in fact the land that land that was granted to the Kruit Dragonstein Games Club in the late 1800s. It was part of the land that was deemed not able to be farmed upon, and it was the man who was nominated to do the work and cultivate the land here by Cecil John Rhodes. It's a wild in to Chinyangatere after that single taken by Agrippa. 56 for 1 now, Zimbabwe. Australians very energetic in the field. That's played beautifully down, and it's gone through. Ryan Snape here was really hit hard by Chinyangatere, was pitched up a little bit by the bowler Wild, but coming down the wicket, Chinyangatere playing it forcefully past Snape at mid-off, and Zimbabwe go to 60 with that shot. Chinyangatere gets his first boundary. And that's played straight to the man at backward point. Try and see if I can in the binoculars who that is. Difficult to tell at this stage who it is. I'm just going to have a look in the binoculars at this delivery from Wild. It does come in nicely to Chinyangatere, just plays it straight back to the bowler. So got a 5-4 offside leg side field. Still got that man in short at the shortish extra cover, standard extra cover. That's Scott Jarvis. As it's Wild again, played down, he angles that down to the man at backward point, and there is no run. I think that's Peter Atkinson. There it is, Atkinson indeed at that backward square leg position, and Wild's over there as good over from Wild, and just I think it was the 5 off that over. Indeed it was. It's 60 for 1 after 11 or Zimbabwe. And it's going to be Gripper just taking a different strike here, a different guard against Atkinson, just as he does Chanda Paul like. Just remember Ramnaresh Sawan doing that as well. It's quite a thing, it seems like, in the West Indies cricket, to mark your guard by making a hole with the bail. And that's beautifully played again by Gripper into the offside, but that's not going to get through Richie Wild at backward point. And it's we've got a slip, a gully, a third man, backward point, cover, shortish extra cover catching, and a man on the square on the edge of the circle at mid-off. We've got a man at long on and a man at square leg. Tim McDonald just doing a little bit of loosening up. Ryan Armstrong is the man at long on. Peter Atkinson bowling. Scott Jarvis next to him there at mid-off. The slip comes out now, and it's going to be Cos Beadle who's going in to mid-wicket. Makes sense in terms of that. If he's going to be bowling on the legs, going to want to have some protection. That's a good delivery outside the line of the off stump to Gripper. And just to see who is that player at in there, we've got Justin Poole, who took that brilliant catch. Justin Poole is in there at shortish, that short extra cover position. Just trying to see who's in there at extra cover. I'll let you know now. So we've got Grant Milbank at third man. Extra cover is number 11 for Australia, and that is Greg Hunt, number 11. So Greg Hunt in there at extra cover. So that should pretty much got everybody sorted from an Australian fielding point of view. It's Armstrong again, Atkinson again through to Gripper, and there's no run. So Australians finding the right lengths now. That's the right length to be bowling, just back of a length, outside the off stump, not giving anything to hit. Zimbabwe have been batting well, these two. now have that's very nicely played, and there is that man out in the deep there to make sure that that doesn't go through for 4. A couple of boundaries that have been hit there through that region. Richie Wild doing the fielding on the boundary, very distinctive in his white floppy hat. Rest of the players just have one other man and two other fielders in white floppy hats. We do indeed. Number 2 Peter Atkinson and number 22 Scott Jarvis, also in their white Australian floppy hats. Other men all with their caps on. And Tim MacDonald, number 7, is now going to be coming in to bowl. Change of bowling from this end. Richie Wild has come out of the attack. Score 61 for 1, just the one off that Peter Atkinson over, and he really has now done very well after his first over. Went for 6, now bought 3 overs, 0 for 7, and going to be Atkinson. Dr. Atkinson. It's going to be MacDonald who's going to be in from the northern end of the ground. Bowling is off spin, and that's played very nicely by Gripper down to the third man boundary, and I think it's going to go for 4. It does indeed, and that's a very nice shot, just angling it away off MacDonald, and not much pace there off MacDonald's bowling, but that is another boundary. That's the 5th boundary for Gripper, and he's now moved into the 30s with that particular boundary. 32 he is on. Goes past the 29 scored earlier on by Neil Ferreira, and this is all that Zimbabwe actually need to do, is just keep this scoreboard rolling along. And that's a beautiful, beautiful sweep shot, played very forcibly from outside the off stump, but just down for a single, down to the man on the boundary in front of the scoreboard. It's sort of deep forward square. It's not quite a deep mid wicket, and in that position is, it's not Wild out there. I think that is Greg Hunt that's out there in that position. Indeed, Greg Hunt. Oh, that is such good bowling from MacDonald. He has Chinyangateri just reaching for it again outside the off stump. Good work by Baker, just taking the bails off quickly. Nothing to report there though. Chris Lewis, not even an appeal given to the umpire at square leg. And not really sure of that one, Chinyangateri. Jarvis in very quickly through his over there. That was Tim MacDonald, and it went for 5. So the first over from MacDonald going for 5, and it's Milbank that's bowled 4 overs, and 4 or 5 overs. 4 overs from Grant Milbank, 4 overs from Richie Wild, 4 overs from Peter Atkinson now, and now just the one from Tim MacDonald. So it's 13 gone, and the score 66 for the loss of 1. It'll be Peter Atkinson to continue. Atkinson, who has gone for 12 in his 4 overs so far, very economical. Richie Wild, who has gone for 20 in his 4 overs so far, and Grant Milbank has got the only wicket to fall. He's gone 1 for 29 in his 4 overs. Oh, he got him! Another great catch by Justin Poole. That is another very good catch, and they're going to take drinks as well now, as it's played straight to Poole. at that short extra cover position, and it is really good catch. It was there to be hit, and Gripper did hit it, but he hit it straight to that man, Justin Poole, who takes the second catch, and the second wicket goes down for Zimbabwe with the total at 66. 66 for 2 now after the second delivery of the 14th over. 14th over, so it's 13.2 overs bowled, 66, and 22 run partnership there between these two, and that is Trevor Gripper, who is gone, and a new batter for Zimbabwe, number 16, Stephen Trenchard, coming to the crease with the loss of the wicket of Trevor Gripper, and the first wicket for Peter Atkinson, and he does deserve a wicket, does Atkinson. Really has been good bowling from him, just going at 3 runs to the over. So to give you those numbers for Gripper, he scored 33 of 37 balls with 5 fours and no 6s, and coming in at number 4 now, Steve Trenchard, as a gust of wind comes along here, and you might have heard the bottle of our sponsors beverage, Vita 24 Vitamin Boost, falling down here, and it really has got quite breezy here. You may even get a bit of that in the microphone here. Hopefully been able to protect the microphone a bit from the wind. And Australia there now, just drinks being taken. Stephen Trenchard comes to join Robertson Chinyengatere. It's 66 for the loss of 2, chasing 220 to win here. I'll try and get some of those other scores for you now as well, as they just finish off with the drinks break. Just to finish the scorecard, Neil Ferreira, the first one to go, was scoring 44. Ferreira also very well caught, in fact brilliantly caught by Poole, diving to his left and just getting one hand to it as he was driving off the bowling of Milbank, and an outstanding catch it was from him to get rid of Neil Ferreira just as he was looking dangerous. Ferreira 29 of 24 deliveries with 4 fours and 1 mighty 6 that came very close to our commentary position here at the northern end of the ground. And so that drinks break is a thing of the past, and I will just try and update you now, as I say, on some of the other scores around the matches that are taking place around the peninsula. There were a number of results already that we've had earlier on, and those results we've given you already. Wales, Sri Lanka beating Wales by 5 wickets, 121. They scored 122 for 5, did Sri Lanka. The USA beating Namibia by 7 wickets. New Zealand currently at play against the UAE. The UAE chasing 310 for 5, a 162 for 7. And taking guard now is Stephen Trenchard. Similar field though, although Beadle now has come back into slip. He was at mid-wicket for Gripper. He's now come back into slip, so we've got a 7-2 offside leg side field. Once again, slip gully, third man, backward point, extra cover, so more like a cover, conventional cover, short extra cover, and just left alone outside the line of the offside by Trenchard. Just to finish some of those scores, 134 for 1. England beating Canada, who scored 128, winning that by 9 wickets. So wins for the USA, England, Sri Lanka, and it looks very much as if South Africa are going to get home against India and pick up the second spot in Division B. South Africa at the moment 109 for 4. Captain Warren Dugmore on 42, and with him Jaco Castle, who's been an outstanding performer for South Africa, the all-rounder, on 46, as Peter Atkinson just pulls out so that I can give you the rest of the scores. No, he doesn't do that, he just pulls out of his run-up as he's on his way in, and South Africa doing particularly well there, must be said, and getting over the line. Looked like it was going to be a struggle at 8 for 2. Oh, it's a great delivery from Atkinson, as Trenchard just jumping about his crease. It's been a brilliant over from the Australian paceman. Just one delivery left in what could well be a wicket maiden for him. South Africa, as I said, maybe that score has changed now, was 109 for 4, looking like they're going to get over the line there against India, who scored 121 for 7. Another great delivery outside the line of the off stump. That's a wicket maiden for Peter Atkinson. He really has been bowling well, and the paceman from Australia doing a fantastic job for his team, as they restrict Zimbabwe now to 66 for the loss of 2 after 14. The first power play is a thing of the past, and just looking at comparative scores, Australia after 14, 75 for the loss of 3. So at this stage really not much in the game. Zimbabwe still with a couple of really accomplished batters to come. The hard-hitting Pete Rinker down the order. Still have captain Douglas Marilia, and it's, I think, going to be a change of bowling from this end. It looks like Scott Jarvis is going to be coming on, number 22. So after McDonald just having, is it just the 1 over for McDonald? He's now been taken off, and we have Scott Jarvis coming in from the northern end of the ground, the Solms Delta farm end, as it's officially known in the club, and the R45 end to the south. R45 end where a Mercedes-Benz silver one has just gone past. There it's the main road between Paarl and Fishhook, and yeah, just the 1 over for Tim McDonald, and it's Jarvis, and that's just played straight back to him into the ground and to the bowler by Chinyangatere. Robertson Chinyangatere on 4. Stephen Trenchard yet to get off the mark. Zimbabwe losing both Gripper and Ferreira. That's beautifully played by Chinyangatere. He does look good on the drive, but it is going to be cut off. I think Ryan Snape after it picks up very nicely, but not before they're back for 2. So Snape and McDonald chasing that one out to the boundary. So for the right arm medium pace of Scott Jarvis, we have a slip. We have a third man. Got this man at short extra cover. Oh, what a beauty! Chinyangatere, just that one, beautiful delivery, short of a length, on the line of middle and off stump, and he plays all around it, does the Chinyangatere, through to the keeper Baker. Got some real pace here, has Scott Jarvis, and just stretching that leg again, just to make sure he's warm enough. It's not a warm day here in Dragonstein. Beautiful day though it is. Chinyangatere just dabs that one into the offside. So 6-3 offside leg side field. So offside, as I was saying, just to finish that off, the that short man short at extra cover. We got a cover, we got a mid off, we got a mid on, we got a mid wicket, and a long leg. So it's a 6-3 leg side offside field. Jarvis away from us. Good delivery again, and that distinctive style of play from Chinyangatere as he comes forward and just dabs it into the offside. And it is Justin Poole who's taken 2 excellent catches. The one, I would say, an outstanding catch that he took one-handed. So Jarvis 4 balls in this over so far, just the 2. through the cover field from Chinyengatere, and leaves that one alone quite sensibly, and there is no run. So 2 off the over. It's first from Scott Jarvis, and Zimbabwe, after the loss of those 2 wickets now, just struggling a bit from a run rate point of view. It has been pegged back, 68 for the loss of 2. Atkinson once again from the R45 end of the ground, the southern end. He goes past umpire Chris Roos, umpires Chris Roos at that end, and we've got the legendary Sadiq Mayer at this end of the ground. That's very nicely played out into the covers, but very good fielding done there by Greg Hunt at cover. Still got that short extra cover in position, and I'm just going to be putting on my warmer jacket here. It's actually quite cold out here in the shade here. Cool overhead conditions at the moment, and perhaps helping the bowlers a little bit more as the sun was coming out. It looked like the was really not much movement on offer, but there's quite a strong southeasterly wind coming through the valley here, just helping with that away swing from from this southern end of the ground, which is the end from which Peter Atkinson is bowling now, and that's angled down to Richie Wild at backward point. Is just a single, and scorers commenting there something it's just played off the outer half of the bat by Trenchard. I think that's going to get him off the mark with 2. Just down to the fielder Richie Wild there, coming around from his position at deep backward point. It's been an outstanding spell, it must be said, from Peter Atkinson. Another very good delivery on the line of middle and off, and Trenchard has to play that, and he's just taken 2 off that over from Peter Atkinson. 70 for 2 now after 16 are Zimbabwe. As I say, Australia getting through their overs exceptionally quickly as we approach nearly 4:45 here in the Winelands, and expecting that hopefully they'll be this match looking like it's going to be finishing off, depending on what happens, obviously with the wickets somewhere after 6 o'clock this evening. But it is great that we've been able to get in a game of 40 overs per team, as Chinyengatere just plays underneath that one. So it's still a 6-3 offside leg side field for Jarvis. Sure, Atkinson will probably bowl through his 8 overs, currently 6 overs, 1 for 14, outstanding bowling, only going 2.33 runs to the over. Jarvis into his second over, 1 over for 2 so far. Atkinson, as I said, 6 overs, 1 for 14. Wild, 4 overs, 0 for 20. And Milbank, 4 overs, 1 for 29. That's edged wide of the man at slip, but there's going to be, the man is there at third man. He does brilliant work does the man on the third man boundary, and just trying to see who that is down there. It was Armstrong that's been patrolling that area. It may still be Ryan Armstrong. In fact, it is, no it's not, sorry, Jeff Hemming is now down there on the boundary, so good fielding there by Hemming. Number 6. I'll have to see where Armstrong is. In fact, he might be, no, that's a very good short ball from Jarvis. We haven't seen many of those. That one a quicker one. We've got Armstrong is not on the field at the moment by the looks of things. We've got unless he's down at third man, but that looks like it's Peter Atkinson down at fine leg. Oh, there's a full go outside the off stump, does Trenchard, but he can't get hold of it. And there is no run. Oh, that's a very good delivery. That one is coming into the right-hander, and Trenchard just shoulders arms and sees it fortunately go away up and over and past that off stump. So just the single off the over. 71 for 2 now, Zimbabwe, after 17 overs. And just this run chase now is just starting to slow down. They're having to, from a chase point of view, what are we looking at there, Labiba, in terms of the runs per over required?
6.48.
6.48 runs.
The current run rate is 4.18.
4.18 the current run rate, and 6.48 is what's required, and that's not an easy task, as Australia's bowling has been exceptionally accurate, particularly this man bowling from the southern end of the ground. Peter Atkinson has been outstanding. It really has been outstanding, and he's coming in again now. Oh, and because of the pressure, Chinyengatere just going for a wild one outside the off stump. Just can't quite get hold of it. Australia turning the screws here on Zimbabwe. And if you are watching from either Zimbabwe or Australia, we hope you're enjoying this broadcast. That's beautifully driven by Chinyengatere. Gets all of that as it's slightly overpitched from Atkinson, and he makes makes him pay there for that one overpitched, and drives it beautifully through mid-off for his I think it's his second boundary, and just breaking the shackles slightly to get Zimbabwe up to now 75 for the loss of 2. That's short this time. He's played it through the leg side. I don't think it's going to go all the way. Jeff Hemming chases it nicely, but they're through for 2. It's a long boundary on that side of the ground. So just after he bowled the one that was slightly over pitched, he's just pitched that one a little bit shorter, and he's been able to rock onto the back foot and play that nicely through the leg side for 2. 6 off the over. Probably one of the most, in fact it is the equal most expensive over that Atkinson has bowled so far. You might have heard the cry in the field, "Come on Acco," and that's his the nickname for Peter Atkinson. That's a good delivery, and just spits a bit on Chinyengatere and played into the offside. So 6 off the over, and that is 77 for the loss of 2 Zimbabwe after 18. Jarvis to continue from the Delta Solms farm end of the ground, the northern end here at Groot Drakenstein, and the sun is out once again. It's going to warm it up a little bit for us. Breeze was up for a while there with a bit of cloud overhead. It's been cloudy most of the day here in Cape Town. In fact, we're not really in Cape Town at the moment. We're in the more in the Winelands area. This Groot Drakenstein Games Club, sort of halfway between Paarl and Franschhoek on the R45, and just off the R45, should I say, and that is the road that runs to the southern end of the ground, and hence the R45 end of the ground, southern end. And that's short from Jarvis, but Trenchard, who's now sort of getting his eye in a bit, he's been there for a while, he just can't get that one past Richie Wild at backward point. Looks like Ryan Snape is warming up a little bit here, potentially with Atkinson only having one more over left. May well be that he will be coming on. That's a very good delivery from Jarvis, and I don't know if the fielder down the boundary, no, he's not able to get to that one, and so perhaps a lucky four for Trenchard, his first boundary of his innings, and he'll be happy to get that boundary, but he's only on 6 now, and he's faced a fair number of deliveries, has Stephen Trenchard. As I say, just hoping to just get the feel for this wicket, but it's been some good Australian bowling. And that one is in the air. It's going to bounce short of the man at third man. Great work by Jeff Hemming on the boundary. He really did gauge that exceptionally well, playing for the spin. It spun significantly after it landed into his hands, and he just prevents any more than a single. So Trenchard having a full go at a short one because there isn't anybody out in the deep on the leg side. Short boundary on the leg side for the right-hander. Beautifully dabbed down to Hemming again, this time to his left, to his right, sorry, and he's in quickly round to his right to field that one. Our cameraman Scott, who's got all the fielding action that he's showing you today, and here with producer Nonkululeko and scorer Labiba. It's the Pitch Vision team here with me, James King, the Cape Fox, bringing you this International Masters Cricket Over-40s World Cup tournament match between Zimbabwe and Australia. And another single down to third man. Jeff Hemming's been a busy man in this particular over from Scott Jarvis, and it's the end of that over now, and it went for 7, so an expensive over that time for Australia. 84 for the loss of 2. Zimbabwe trying to keep wickets in hand here, Zimbabwe, as they look to chase down this total from Australia of 219 for the loss of 8 in their 40 overs. Match reduced to 40 overs per side, and I'll run through some of the try and give you updates from some of the other grounds shortly, but just 84 for 2 Zimbabwe. 3 overs now bowled by Jarvis. He's got 0 for 10, and that last over, as I say, going for 7. So, but still very economical. It has been the Australian bowling, and it is a change of isn't a change. Sorry, it's still Atkinson to bowl. And that's nicely played out into the leg side. Just the 2 for Trenchard as he starts to look a little bit more comfortable at the crease. Struggled earlier on, certainly didn't look that comfortable. He's across nicely, and to that man at short. Extra covers, taken 2 catches there, has Justin Poole, the 2 wickets to fall. Neil Ferreira, who brilliantly caught one-handed with his left hand diving to his left, stuck out the hand and caught it beautifully off a really full-blooded drive from a full toss from Grant Milbank. And then the second one, Trevor Gripper playing again a very forceful shot off the front foot, aiming to drive it through the covers. It was in the air, but it went straight to Justin Poole, whose reactions were very fast to take a catch sort of at waist height. That's straight to him again. Poole does the fielding. Very good hands from Justin Poole. Trenchard now into double figures. He's on 11 off 21. Robertson Chinyangateri 14 off 36. That is short. He's played that one straight to Hemming, who picks it up at mid-on, and there is no run. So 1 ball left in the 20th over. Angled into the offside, and there's a man deep on the boundary there, but it doesn't get to him, as it is I think it's Ryan Snape who comes around from a backward point to field that one. So that is Peter Atkinson's 8 overs that have been bowled. Very good from Atkinson. That one going for 4. Again, a very good over from him. So he finishes his spell of 8 overs. Does Peter Atkinson 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 24, and that really has been a fantastic spell of bowling by him. Has pegged back the Zimbabwean batters. That's nicely played into the offside. Richie Wild just does a bit of good footwork there. Wouldn't be would have been noticed, I'm sure, in playing for Nottingham Forest if he was. He comes from Nottingham, does Richie Wild, and is made his home in New South Wales. Plays for the Mildura Cricket Club. I think it's maybe called Mildura Settlers Cricket Club. Oh, yes, he got him, he does. What a great delivery from Scott Jarvis. And he gets the edge of Stephen Trenchard's bat, and he deserves that wicket. Jarvis, he's been bowling particularly well, and it is caught by Baker, and Trenchard has to go. Just got into double figures. He was just starting to look like he was feeling a lot more comfortable, and it is going to be the captain now. It looks like it is indeed Dougie Marilia, the former test batsman for Zimbabwe, as well has played a number of test matches for Zimbabwe. He's coming to the crease, as it is Trenchard who has been caught by Baker off the bowling of Jarvis, and that 11 that he scored of 22 deliveries with just the 1 boundary. And Jarvis picks up his first wicket, and really good bowling from him. Been very economical so far. And so the 3rd wicket goes down for Zimbabwe. The 2nd ball of the 21st over. So 20.2 overs have been bowled, and Zimbabwe at the moment are working in multiples of 22 for their wickets. Well, not quite working in multiples. It is Douglas Marilia, yes, at batting. So the right-handed Dougie Marilia is in at bat for Zimbabwe. Man who has, as I say, played Test cricket for Zimbabwe as well. We'll go through his numbers now for you. So it is 89, sorry, it is for the loss of 3 now. Yeah, it's looking very nice defensive push, which he angles down to the right of Richie Wild at backward point. And he gets his first run. Marilia is off the mark. And with him at the moment, Robertson Chinyangatere, who's going to be taking strike to Jarvis. So 90 for the loss of 3 now are Zimbabwe. Just dabs the bat down on that one again, does Chinyangatere. End of a successful over by Jarvis. It's 90 for the loss of 3. Zimbabwe after 21, and by comparison at the same time Australia after those 21 overs, 107 for the loss of 4. So Zimbabwe now just lagging a little bit behind there, 17 runs behind in terms of the run rate, 1 less wicket. It was a good onslaught at the end by the Australians after they'd lost 7 wickets. The final pair, say final pair, but the pair of Ryan Snape coming on to bowl from the southern end of the ground. Looks like he's going to be bowling off breaks to the right-handed Marilia. So you reckon, believe that these 2 batters for Zimbabwe, Marilia and Chinyangatere, really have a job to do now. A bit of consolidation, then it will be acceleration as they look to take them through to what would be a very good victory for them. So Snape coming in to bowl his right arm off breaks, replacing Atkinson. And he just wanted to try and sweep that one that just was going down the leg side and not able to make contact. Picked up nicely, but straight through to Beadle at mid-wicket. So for the right-handed Marilia, for the off-breaks of Snape, we've still got a 5-4 offside leg-side field. As I see Grant Milbank is just stretching and warming up maybe. That's beautifully played by Marilia down to Jeff Hemming at long on. They go through for a single. So we've got a short third man, backward point, cover, short extra cover, and a long off, sorry. And on the leg side we have a man at 45 short. We have a deep mid wicket. It's almost like a deep, between a forward, a deep square and a deep mid wicket. We've got a man at long on and a man at mid wicket. Just defensively from Chinyangatere. So it's Marilia on 2, Chinyangatere on 16. Forward again, plays it into the offside to backward point. Richie Wild does the fielding. There is just no run off that one. So again, off that over, it was just the 1 run off the bat of Dougie Marilia. A good start for Ryan Snapes. Off breaks, 91 for 3 after 22 overs. So batting it just over 4 runs to the over. and now going to be spin, I think, at both ends as Tim MacDonald is coming back on from the northern end, the Solms Delta Farm end of the ground. That's the official name. So and caps coming out for the Zimbabwe batters for the spin bowler, and the helmets being taken back in. Man with the helmet on is the wicket keeper Peter Baker, who top scored in Australia's innings earlier on today. Just a reminder, this is broadcast of the Over-40s World Cup match between Zimbabwe and Australia, brought to you by International Masters Cricket, and the Veterans Cricket Association of South Africa organises this event here in South Africa, and that's played, the sweep shot played down to that is Armstrong, that's back on the ground with his floppy hat on. Ryan Armstrong down there in the deep, number 1. Have I got that right? I actually don't have that right. I think number 1. That's played in the air, and oh, that's a 6. It's a big hit from Chinyengatere. It's his first maximum, and I did that right. It is Ryan Armstrong down there, and that is played here to the right of us. And very good. Very good from Chinyengatere. Waits for that one outside the off stump, just played straight to Beadle at cover, and there is no run. So we have got on the offside, still 5-4 offside field for Tim MacDonald. And Chinyengatere just playing that one into the offside, chased down by the wicketkeeper Baker. That's another one. It's going and it's going and it's out. What a catch on the boundary by Grant Milbank. That is brilliant from the Australian fielder. Looked like it had gone all the way, but it didn't. It had just dropped short, and he was running to his left, dived away and took it 2 hands, and there's no reason why the Australians shouldn't be absolutely overjoyed as they are. You can see them there on the field congratulating Grant Milbank. What a catch that was, my goodness. And the 4th wicket goes down for Zimbabwe there. Chinyengatere went for that one. He'd already hit a 6 in the over already, and there looked like no reason why that wasn't going to go over the boundary. Only reason why was because Grant Milbank was there and took that catch brilliantly, running around to his left. That would have been applauded massively on any cricket field throughout the world, and that is a huge wicket for the Australians. A big blow for Zimbabwe as Gavin Rennie comes to the wicket. Gavin Rennie, number 99, on his back, and MacDonald in his 2nd over now, getting a wicket. He got punished earlier on in the over. He's gone for 7, but he's taken the wicket, and brilliant catch in the deep. The fielding, I must say, in this Over-40s tournament has been absolutely outstanding. Some of the catching we've seen, not just today but throughout the tournament, has been incredible. I remember catches taken by Johan Fourie from South Africa, and a few others that have been taken throughout the week have been absolutely stunning catches, and really has been amazing to watch these players, predominantly some of them former first-class cricketers, but many of them club cricketers in the state, maybe just country districts, and other cricketers from around the areas have been playing club cricket for many years. And the end of the over as the left-handed Rennie just plays that straight to Snape in at that short position, and Zimbabwe now at the end of that over find themselves 4 down for 90. Let me just get the score there for you. 98 for the loss of 4 at the end of 23 overs, and so losing their 4th wicket with a score on 98. Just a partnership of 9 there between Marilia and Robertson, and Marilia plays this one beautifully down to the leg side, but it's going to be chased down by McDonald, and sorry, by Jarvis, should I say, and they're through for 2. So Marilia adding 2 to his score, and that takes Zimbabwe to their 100 in off the first ball of the 24th over. So 23.1 overs for that 100 as they move to 100 for the loss of 4. Huge appeal there. I think that one probably going down the leg side. Umpire Chris Ruiz not having anything to do with that one. Nicely played by Marilia, but there's not going to be more than one as Scott Jarvis is around quickly to field. I've been very impressed with the levels of fielding in the tournament, as I said, but today Australia really outstanding in the field. I know in the previous games that I've commentated on South Africa, they've looked really good in the field, very, very sharp, and just a step up, a level up today. So one can see why teams like Australia and also South Africa, with just the levels of fitness and they're just in the field, they've been stopping 2s, making them into 1s. And you heard Austin Corkin talking to us earlier about that, and it's Jeff Hemming just chasing this one down on the deep point boundary. And again, good fielding as he runs away to his right off. So Gavin Rennie just, I think, getting off the mark with that 2 down into the offside. Oh my goodness, that one fully pitched up, has a go at it, but just can't get anything on it. It's the end of the over, and Zimbabwe have moved to 102 for the loss of 4 after 24, and that is batting now at just a shade over the 4 runs to the over, and Snape in that over just going for the 4 runs. So good bowling from him. McDonald then to come in from the end we're commentating from, the Delta Psalms farm end, northern end of the ground, and that's short, and Marilia not able to get it past Beadle at backward point. So more say at a conventional point. There's nobody on the boundary out on the offside. We've got 3 men patrolling the boundaries on the leg side for the off spinner, and that is now signalled wide. Umpire Sadiq Mayer doing a little bit of exercise for the first time today in the Australian innings at least. That's the first wide from Australia so far, and you have to think that is outstanding bowling from the Australians, very disciplined, as Dougie Marilia tries to play that one down and perhaps past the man or between the man at square leg and deep mid-wicket. You know, there's a man at backward square on the boundary, a man at deep mid-wicket on the boundary, a long on the boundary, which is where Grant Milbank took the catch in the previous over. Oh, what a delivery. So much faster from Tim McDonald, and it's as quick as a flash Baker has the bails off, but there was no chance for stumping there. It was really just to, I think he was perhaps expecting, even perhaps he could have taken a catch, and that's given a bit more flight. And once again Baker takes the bails. I think it's a natural movement as he takes the ball and takes the bails off, but Marilia not able to get bat on ball. It's been a very good over so far from Tim McDonald. He's given that one flight, and that's tickled down the leg side. It's Ryan Armstrong coming around from his position at deep backward square, hurls it in to Peter Baker, and they take a single. So Rennie and Marilia have a big job to do here for Zimbabwe. The last two really recognised batters for Zimbabwe, both having played for Zimbabwe. Peter Rinker we're expecting to come in as well, hard-hitting batter, man who played 18 one-day internationals for Zimbabwe. But at the moment, Marilia and Rennie now just paddle sweeping that one down the leg side. Cos Beadle, I think, will cut it off before he gets to the boundary. Doesn't it? 3 for 2 as he chases that one down to the boundary. So just the 2 off that ball. 3, I think, off the over. It's 105 for the loss of 4 after 25. So batting at 4.2 runs to the over are Zimbabwe. Just to check my calculation is correct, Labiba. 4.2 runs to the over they're batting at. And they require, what's the run rate required now? 7.53 required. And we hope that you're happy that we only take it to 2 decimal points. 7.53 required to win. Dougie Marilia and Gavin Rennie have a job to do here for Zimbabwe. Just to give you those numbers again for Marilia and Rennie at test match level and first class level. So Marilia played in 5 test matches, 186 runs, 73 maximum top score, 48 ODIs though for Zimbabwe, 672 runs with a top score of 100. And Gavin Rennie playing in 23 test matches, 1,023 runs with a top score of 93, 22.73 average, and played in 92 first class games, nearly 4,599 runs. He scored a top score of 152, 28.92. So they are both accomplished batters, these two. Ryan Snape will continue. He's got this now 6-3 leg side offside. Feels a bit of a tornado, minor tornado going through over the ground there. Just the leaves being blown up as it's coming towards us. Hold on to your hats, everybody, as it comes up in front of us here. The leaves blowing up. It's a bit of a whirlwind, not really a tornado. Whirlwind, and it's Snape in again, and that's big appeal, and it is going down the leg side according to umpire Chris Ross. And getting a bit of a breeze coming now straight towards us across the ground. Has been a very interesting day here in Paarl. Close to Paarl, should I say, between Paarl and Franschhoek. As we hope we're going to welcome. I was going to come and sit with us for a while, perhaps, or
Yeah, I'll come and
that'd be wonderful.
Yeah.
Just now, okay, it's fine. But
I'll come and say hello.
that'd be great. Thank you. As, so yeah, the end now of 26 overs, and well, let's get the score now. I've got Jamie Pinelli joining me here from the Australian team. Great to have you with us, Jamie. Thank you very much for joining me.
Thanks for having me, James. Lovely to be here.
It's been really good bowling performance so far from Australia. Really disciplined. Guys have been putting in some great work in the field as well. Brilliant catch from Justin Poole there.
fantastic. And then Grant Milbank here on the boundary
that
right
was
in front of him.
amazing catch. Yeah, diving to his left. I mean, it looked like for all love and money it was going to be 6. And he really plucked it out of the air just before it went over the boundary. It was right here in front of us. Was absolutely brilliant. So
he had a great vantage point. In fact, I've probably lost my house because I was backing it was a 6 as well until it dropped short. It was a bit different my perspective over at point, but
it did look like it was going to be 6 as it came over. And I mean, certainly if Grant hadn't taken the catch, it would have gone for 6. It was that close to the boundary. So outstanding stuff in the field. And you have to say, I mean, really, just those wickets coming at very important intervals. That's played very nicely on the sweep by Gavin Rennie down to the boundary of Tim MacDonald for 4. But it has been a disciplined bowling performance, really pulling it back after Zimbabwe got off to a good start.
I think give Zimbabwe really a lot of credit. They've challenged us early. I don't think we were probably at our best, but give credit to Zimbabwe. They had us on the back foot.
Most certainly. I mean, that last sort of 8th wicket partnership of 60 was really good between Ryan and Peter Baker. I thought really that they did exceptionally well. Peter Baker particularly, he did well. He was sort of working the ball around a bit to begin with, and then when it really needed it, he you know, really put it together. Got 44, top score for your team.
Yeah, crucial knock, and he did that in a.
That one looks like it's gone. Has it gone all the way, or is it just a 1 bounce 4? Just waiting for the signal from the boundary. It is a 4. It just did look like it perhaps fell short there. So second boundary in the over for Gavin Rennie.
Steve Baker and Ryan Snape. Steve did a good job in a warm-up game against South Africa. We just played that finish role.
Yes,
Ryan's a very good batter, probably batting lower in this side, but very capable batters. We had good depth. Would have liked to do a little bit more body of work up the top of the order, but it was great to show that we had some depth.
I think, you know, conditions not as easy as perhaps, you know, we would have thought early on, and certainly I mean, the wicket of Cos Beadle as we come to the end of the 27th over, and the guys will take a drink. Chat about that. I mean, you know, Cos has been in brilliant form, number 4 on the list in terms of top batters in the tournament.
Yes.
And you know, as you were saying earlier on, Jamie, he's got some really good scores under his belt as well. So it was a big wicket for them to get early on.
Yeah, it looked trying. I think he got a good ball, in all fairness.
He did get a good ball.
It was well bowled, it was a good ball, you got your name on it, but Cos has been fantastic. He's definitely been the cornerstone of a lot of our innings. Really patient player, but when he goes, he can score in a hurry. So again, that opened the door for some more opportunity in the middle order as well. It was a trying pitch.
Yeah.
We won the toss. Skipper probably would say it maybe read a little bit different.
Yes, absolutely.
But I think to our credit, that's what you dealt with. You make a call and you still need to get a total then. And I thought 200, if we can bowl well, could be defendable. But good on Zimbabwe. I think it's been a great contest early on.
Yeah.
And then again, they've got some really capable batters, Zimbabwe. We were challenged again, and we still are. So hopefully it ends well and it's a good finish.
Yeah, it does look like it's ending well after 20. You know, it should end well after 27 overs, 119 for 4. Same stage, you're 133 for 6 actually. So 2 wickets worse, but you're 14 runs ahead. So not much in it really in terms of that. And it is sometimes is the small margins, the catch that's taken, you know, the runs that have been not down. You're doing exceptionally well in the field as well. It's been really impressive in the field, cutting out 2s, making them into 1s. You've got some really strong fielders, and fitness level's really good for Australia.
Yeah, we feel that's a point of difference, our capability in the field. We're a little bit inconsistent early, but I thought we got our consistency, and then we can use our fields, and Justin, our skipper, really likes to be able to have that consistency. We can set a field and we feel like our agility and our athleticism in the field can get us home, especially when they're looking for 2s.
Yeah.
we think we've got our arms, we've got our legs that we can use really well. So.
And on this field, we saw earlier on in your innings where you were able to, particularly on the on the right-hander's possession here, on the leg side, as Doug Marilia will be facing now, is a longer boundary.
Yep.
And you have to make sure if you are deep on the boundary there, you're in off the boundary quickly to prevent the twos. We saw a lot of twos here on Friday in the match between the UAE and Wales, and certainly not as many in this match. Again, it depends, I think, on the weight the batters put on the ball.
Yeah.
If you're able to put it, just play it not so firmly out into the leg side, there's normally two on offer. But again, just really the awareness and it's been really good. I'm impressed with. Scott Jarvis, really fit and coming, really done exceptionally well in the field. And just some of the ground fielding's been excellent today from both teams. That's nicely played by Marilia, but only as far as Beadle down there at long on.
It's definitely a quick outfit, so it can be 1 or 4. But if you're right, if the velocity and the energy is right, you can actually get 2 on the fat side here.
Yeah.
And we identified that early. Get your dimensions right. Get the right. We talk about the right players in the right position.
Yes.
Because we need the ring, but we also need our boundary riders.
Yeah.
So it's all, it's we understand the life stage that we're in, but actually cricket doesn't change, does it? Really? To a certain degree. Cricket.
That's right. Yeah.
Good cricket is still good cricket.
Absolutely, absolutely, and it has been really, it has been good cricket. The standard of this over-40s cricket for me it's been really good. And just talking a bit about some of your players, you've only got. From what I could see from the research that I did, and I really want to thank you and whoever it is who put your Facebook page together, to have some of the information on the profiles of the players that were coming out. I think it was really the ones that were making their debut for the team, but really has helped to get a sense of what the players have been doing, and all of these players that I could see, perhaps apart from Richie Wild, who was with was in the UK for some while.
Yes.
That's a good shot. Good work in the field there by Tim trying to get across, but goes down to Cos Beadle at long off, and just a single for Gavin Rennie. It's all club cricketers really, and playing a lot of them at vets level, are playing maybe state cricket out at vets level now that it is there. But really impressive.
Yeah, it's we had some, obviously they played some representative cricket, in their pathways and their younger life stage. But Andrew Downton, obviously, who's resting today, playing for Tasmania, has played a high level of Sheffield shoot, as they call it.
That's right. First class cricket. Yes, absolutely.
Class.
Yeah.
But the rest have been honest, good cricketers at the highest level, maybe in the local competition.
Yeah. And some really good numbers. A number of players also at Australia under 19 level. I see. So Steve Baker, the wicket keeper, Australia under 19. The captain Justin Poole as well, Australia under 19. Greg Hunt as well. So some very good representative and been playing cricket all their lives essentially.
And when you have a moment to talk to them, some of the players they played with.
Yes, absolutely.
It's amazing.
It is amazing, isn't it? Yeah.
It's I think it leans itself to why this 40s competition is great. You can reflect on your career.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, we're still playing, but you do get a moment to reflect and go, here's the players, where are they now?
Yeah, absolutely.
What's your journey look like?
Yeah, it's incredible, yeah.
Myself and Richie from South Australia, we don't necessarily get to bond and have relationships outside that on a level where we can play together and really get to know them a bit more intimately, and it's just lovely to hear some of the stories. You get to know them. This is what's memories. This is what cricket does. It allows you to have these relationships and talk and find out a little bit more, and that's how you build the friendship. So it's been wonderful. I'm sure every country would talk the same, that they've come together and been able to find and connect on a different level.
Absolutely.
Versus oppositions.
Very much so. Chatting. I had a few of the. So I've had a sort of varying levels of being able to have players here chatting to me, but it's been wonderful. The Welsh team, as we see, bit of change of bowling here. So Tim McDonald coming off at this end, and it's going to be Scott Jarvis coming back in. His first spell was really good. Scott Jarvis, very economical, and he also really been getting some good shape on the ball as well from this side. Scott Jarvis, he's also pretty quick, as that's nicely played by Marilia. But Ryan Snape's around quickly, and they'll just go through for the 2. So yeah, just chatting, to the guys that have been talking to me, and with the Welsh guys as well, just hearing from them around. They come from all over Wales, and they've been able to get together, many of them from the south. That's a good shout, one feels. And umpire Sadiq Mayer unmoved. He's also, I think, giving an indication maybe that was outside the line of off stump. Looked pretty adjacent to me, but yeah, from here it looked really close.
Joe, you talked to a bowler, so my figure's up at the end of the day.
Yeah, definitely.
Probably the wrong skill set to ask, but he's been very good.
It did look really close. That one most definitely. But yes, and yourself, and that looks also. Yeah, that is out, and he can't survive this one. And he's looking down. Is Doug Marilia? He's really doesn't look happy, as if he may have hit that one, but. On balance of probability between the two, I think first one looked very adjacent, I must say, but that one middle and leg probably.
Yeah, I think 2 strikes are out.
Yeah, I think on that, in that sense, that one certainly drew the attention of umpire Sadiq Mayer, and he has to go, and that's just reward really for Scott Jarvis. Some outstanding bowling from him earlier on, and this time just making it. Just getting it to shape in nicely to Doug Marilia, and he has to go. The LBW to Jarvis, and I'll give you his numbers now as we see who the new batter is coming to the crease, and that is looking. So is the tall man Arthur Harley, so Arch Harley as they call him, coming to the crease, but. And we'll give you Doug Marilia's numbers shortly, but just let me update my card here. And Jamie, maybe while I'm doing that, you just update you. So you've been playing, many years for Kensington District Cricket Club in Adelaide. 553 wickets, I saw on the profile.
Yeah, I've been blessed, to be fair. I've started when I was 11 at the Kensington Browns. A big shout out to that wonderful club and all the faithful at Kensington Browns in Adelaide, South Australia. It's a second family, and it's been a wonderful club and community for the likes of Don Bradman all the way through to great Australian cricketers that have come through, to wonderful state cricketers that are there now, and it's a really reputable, successful club, and I've been very lucky to be there. So. And to grow up, and my kids and my family to grow up in that community has been wonderful, on and off the field. So and I was it took me a while to play first grade. You think about those wickets, and you think it took me a long time to start. But when you do, I find at Kenzie Browns, you've got to earn your spot, but it's not dissimilar to good clubs around Australia or around the world, that once you've earned your stripes, you get there, you're probably ready, versus think about what cricket is now. It's fast tracking, it's talent ID, it's get them up in early as you can. The generation that we have played in is you do your apprenticeship first.
Yes,
do it.
Absolutely.
And I'm not saying it's the right thing to have now, because we're playing in a different generation of cricket, but I feel in the generation that I played in, it was earn your stripes, be ready, and then you play at the highest level. You're not just going to say, yep, you've got talent, and you just have to keep banging the door down. So when we arrived there, it felt, in A grade, you played with very good cricketers, but you felt like you've done enough to get there, and what you're doing is good enough to stay there. So it was, it's a very old club, but a very good club, and it's still got a lot of great history, and 553 wickets feel like it went in a moment's time, to be fair. But and I'm still playing in the third grade, sometimes to help in the second grade, but third grade Premier cricket has a different value proposition because it's about helping the young ones come through.
Yeah.
Giving back to the club.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Which a lot of Australians do.
Yeah.
Go back a little bit further into their club.
Change of bowling now. Change of bowling. It's Ryan Armstrong's going to be coming on from the southern end of the ground, R45. And what can we expect from Ryan? Jamie, is it right arm, left
This will be
arm?
Greg Hunt.
Oh, is this Greg? Sorry,
Yes.
I got that wrong. Sorry.
That's okay. Yeah.
Thought it was number 1, is it? No, number
no,
11.
that's Ryan
It's
Armstrong.
number
Yep.
11.
This
Sorry.
is it.
Yeah, sorry,
No.
I got that wrong. Greg Hunt, number 11. Sorry.
Affectionately known as Lumpy.
Okay.
So you'll get some right arm off spin around at the moment, but very accomplished cricketer. Very a high quality bat. Actually, assistant coach at the Sydney Thunder, which is in the BBL.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
That's
well-credentialed
incredible,
cricketer and coach.
Wow, incredible. Yeah.
That was an arm ball, and very, still playing second grade in his local Premier cricket.
Fantastic.
So very knowledgeable, and he's had a good carnival. I don't think we've seen the best. I'm looking forward to hopefully the next few games, because I think he can really provide a lot. He's lovely to watch on the eye.
Yeah.
Good, smart cricketer, hence his coaching, and that's out. Oh no.
No, not giving out. Just perhaps a good throw in from the deep. I mean, accurate. It was that from Cos, right out there in the deep, coming through and getting the applause as he should do from the bowler Greg Hunt and Zimbabwean batters there. Arthur Harley having to really stretch to get back into his ground. So it's it's wonderful to hear. I mean, the points you make there, certainly, cricket in itself doesn't, although maybe the format changes and there's been advances as that's played very nicely out into the offside. They'll easily come back for 2, but good fielding again, a good chase out in the deep by Cos Beadle. But certainly with the emphasis on the very short format of the game now, and batters come in and you feel technique-wise it's still very important from a youngster point of view to make sure that they're learning the right technique. That's what's going to be able to take them through, because ultimately, talent and an eye for the ball only takes you so far.
It's interesting. You and it polarises probably the coaching that we have now around the world, because a lot of them will talk about that cricket smarts and the cricket awareness and where you're going to access runs.
Yes.
Far different to what they talked about with technique.
Absolutely.
If you're effective, they don't mind, because you're hitting it in, even if it's technically not perfect, you're hitting it in different areas. You're hard to match up against. As a bowler, it's a batter's game.
Yes,
so
it is certainly the short format's the batter's game, isn't it? So, whereas it isn't necessarily. I mean, even if you're talking senior league cricket or senior grade cricket, you're not necessarily talking about that. If it's not necessarily overs cricket, it's timed cricket sometimes. Not as often here in South Africa as it used to be. I mean, a lot of the club cricket that used to be timed cricket is now 50 overs.
That's
or
right.
60 overs. So it's very much that it is, as you say, talking about innovation and doing things differently, whereas it's interesting because the perspectives are quite different around that.
That's right. And you're measured on strike rate. You're measured on the quality 30s you make in T20. I mean, look at what it's done to how fast we score in red ball cricket, and when we're wearing creams, it's just different.
Yes,
we look to 300-400 in a day is expected. So I think it's just changing. Messaging of what we're looking at now is changing in cricket because of the fast track game that we play. And even test match cricket, look at the amount that are going to 5 days.
That's right.
Even test match cricket is getting shortened.
Not as many going to 5 days.
No,
and we've had some really thrilling test matches. I mean, it's still the premier form of the game, obviously.
Totally.
I think been some fantastic contests more recently. I mean, between the sort of top, well, not just say the top nations, but many of the nations, getting some of the test matches that are going down to the wire and even down to the 5th day, that are producing fantastically exciting results. And I know test match cricket very well supported in Australia. That's a good delivery again from Scott Jarvis. He has been outstanding, Jarvis. 2 for 17 now after 2 for 18 after 5.5 overs. So really been really good. And those 2 important wickets that he's taken. He got Trenchard and he's got Doug Marilia. That's just goes past his right hand. It would have been an outstanding piece of work had he got to that. So yeah, just was the 4 overs. So he had 1 left, but it's but really good to see. And say you've got some of the, we talk a bit about, say Greg Hunt with the assistant coach with the Sydney Thunder. I mean, it's fantastic how people who've been in cricket, you've been in cricket perhaps all your life, and and that's what really is so great about this game is that it doesn't mean necessarily that you look at the over-40s and the over-50s, it's something you can play and you can play very effectively. And you were talking a bit about giving back, and I know one of the features of when I was probably 20-30 years ago umpiring in the border region of South Africa, which is out East London, up the East Coast, had quite a number of former first class players. Let's think outside the line. Oh, he's given him, my goodness, looked like that might have been outside the line of the off stump, but it is a very good delivery there from Greg Hunt, and that one just into the left-hander, and the off-spinners like bowling to left-handers, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely, and they come around and, don't know, look like an arm ball, look like something that
probably was the arm ball. I think so. It was a faster delivery anyway, and just sort of caught, not going really forward or back on that one, and probably would think hit him in line with off stump going on to hit middle and leg, one would think, as it was angled in towards the right hand, towards the left-hander. And so another LBW decision, and that's Arthur Harley who has to go. And so Zimbabwe getting even more and more into trouble here as Australia are putting the skids on them now. 133 for the loss of 6 are Zimbabwe into the 32nd over, and really good. The first ball then of the 32nd over, and Australia taking another wicket, that of Arthur Harley, and is now going to be at the crease. I think this is so this is Mark Nicol who's come to the crease. And we'll see what the right-hander has to offer now. Left-hand, right-hand combination, changing to over the wicket to the right-hander. Yeah, it's good delivery, and it's been noticeable now. I mean, run rate again, as it happened in the Australian innings, just with the pressure of pride and the wickets in the middle overs. Certainly the same happening now with Zimbabwe. Just a bit of a struggle for them to make any headway here.
It will test the depth, wasn't in terms of batting. As I said, we felt like we had some good depth and players that can play a role down there to finish the game or accelerate the game. So, but James, you bring up a good point. Look, the more I've learned and spoken to other countries and players, and definitely the Aussie players, is it's fascinating what their roles are in cricket now compared to when we played, when we were climbing the cricket mountain, so to speak. It is wonderful to hear the coaches. Stephen Baker's a wonderful teacher at his school, and gives a lot to the school as well as his.
That one nicely played, full toss from Greg Hunt, and it is Gavin Rennie is not missing out. Left-handed batter, played a number of times for Zimbabwe, and Rennie not going to miss out on that. Accomplished batter. He is also coming down the order. It's coming in Rennie at number 6. He's certainly can play, and it's a feature, as you say, of a lot of the teams where you've got another one. Is he? No, so that's going down the leg side, and always quick to give his opinion of it. The umpire, Chris Ruiz, quite a character. And his second time I saw him on Friday. He's back here again today, but lovely to chat to him as well. It's as you say, fantastic to see that, you know, where people who've spent a life in cricket, as you say, the roles evolve and what they do evolves. And as I say, it was really wonderful in that time that I was down there umpiring at sort of second and up to sort of Premier League, 1 or 2 games in the Premier League level. That it was that they were, you know, you had these guys who'd chosen to play second league cricket. They might have been former first class cricketers, and that's played massively out the ground, and that's a huge 6 there from the new batter in at the crease, Mark Nicol, and that has gone down and retrieved, I think there it is, by Jeff Hemming.
Yes.
And so big 6 hit first one off the bat of Mark Nicol, and coming in ahead of Pete Rinker. So it's interesting. Rinker also known to be quite a hard-hitting batter.
Yeah.
He's played 18 one-day internationals for Zimbabwe. Has a good average.
They wouldn't be out of sorts somewhere in a rugby unit or rugby league side.
No,
to be fair, these
no,
two.
not at all. I mean, and that
fairly
was
good sized units.
Yeah, absolutely. The same with Pitt Bayer, the guy who scored that 100 off 58. I don't know if any you haven't played against. You wouldn't have played against him in a different division, but great guy. I mean, he really a lot of stories playing for the UAE, South African, working in the UAE and playing for the UAE. So it was fascinating actually to see him. But yeah, big unit. I mean, he's he's really strong. So as you're right. I mean, Mark Nicol not he's certainly got the power, hasn't he? I mean, that's the thing. So you've got, and it is interesting to say with different roles. So
and I think cricket's wealth lies with the knowledge that gets passed in each generation.
It does. Yes.
What they do is the knowledge gets passed, but they adapt it to what the style we play in this current generation. But without the 40s and the 50s and the 60s, and even the people that have, and the players and the community that's retired, giving back and coming and giving knowledge, a game doesn't necessarily proceed at the rate it does. So I love listening to a lot of the players around when we play them, what their role is in cricket. Yes, it's part playing, but a lot of it's that reinvestment back, giving their learnings, giving their knowledge to sometimes what they'll say is far more skillful players now, but the maturity and the learnings matched with wonderful skill sets that these young women and men play with, boys and girls. Can you imagine why the game is getting rapidly growing and getting more exciting, because you match knowledge with the quality of these kids' skill sets and young players. It's wonderful to see. Hence you get born cricket like the 100 and T20s, and it's really good.
That's going to be another catch, and he just puts it down this time. Grant Milbank, that was a great attempt though, coming forward, and always difficult to take them diving forward, just bobbled out of the hands as he went forward to try and take it. He's upset with himself, isn't he? He didn't take that one, but he's taken one outstanding catch today so far. That could well have been another, and not easy coming forward to take those. And Zimbabwe having a full go here now, particularly, as you said here, Mark Nicol, he's just opening up, isn't he, using his strength.
I think we can see quite clearly what their mode will be.
Yeah, I think so.
And the tempo is pretty clear to see now. What
his role is. Only 8 overs to go. 150 now. 150 coming up off that 150 off 32.3 overs. So they've got to go for it now. 7.5 overs left to bat, and needing now after 150 they're needing another 70 to win off 8 overs, so closing in on 10 and over. and a couple of boundaries every over, and it's starts to become a bit closer, doesn't it? 6 down, end of that over 150. Is it 153 for 6 at the end of 33? So another. What are we talking about now? Another 67 runs to win off 7 overs. So that's at about 9.5 and over. If they can get a couple, get a boundary and over, a couple of boundaries and over, it's doable, isn't it?
One thing we do know in cricket these days, anything 12 and under is doable.
Yeah, it is.
The run rate is, again, this is where our cricket has evolved, and it's definitely allowed cricket even into this type of competition. Is they've got knowledge. If they've still got the power, it can be deadly because they're mature cricketers. If they can access boundaries, which they can, especially guys of this size and this calibre. Anything under 12 in cricket these days is achievable. When you've got a target, you can do it. And I think it's a really good track now. It's a fast outfield. You
so
can't miss your spot.
It's game on, isn't it? And got to respond to that. And that's now it's Ryan Snape, is it? That's coming in now from the southern end of the ground. And this wicket, you feel this Mark Nicol, if he can knock a few around, get a quick 20 or 30, and that's what he's going to try and do, and maybe get lucky. That's great fielding there by Scott Jarvis, just picking that one up one-handed. Would have gone down to the boundary one field if he hadn't have done that. So just a single. But you say it's really important. You've got to be able to understand now, where they're going to be, where the hitting zones, what they're looking at, what do you need to do, and certainly that was where one felt in the match the other day that the bowlers weren't able to respond. They were very much rabbits in the headlights sort of thing, and it was quite difficult, and they were pitching far too much short. And that's a very good delivery from Ryan Snape.
This is that really captivating cricket. The challenges on the bowler's execution. The batters realise that they probably can't miss too many. The run rate pressure. You're in this little bubble or a part of the game, which is captivating. It's a fantastic little segment of the game, which I think this is probably what brings crowds to the game, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
No matter what stage or what type of competition.
Yeah, and it, even if you are a purist, like I suppose I would think of myself like that, is that this is the type of, this is really what is so captivating about this. And you do get this sort of thing happening as well in Test cricket, but most certainly in this kind of level, 50 overs, even in the 20 over game, you've got this, as you say, combination of, it's the skill, isn't it? It's the skill level of the bowler, the understanding of what your options are, and the same with it's just total cricket really. Is that every aspect of the game is just at its absolute height.
And, there's been a lot of commentary and talk, hasn't there, been about 5-day Test matches? Are they going the distance? As long as we're creating exciting cricket, from a commercial aspect, we want, I'm sure, stadiums and countries and the hierarchy want us to go the full length. But as long as we're creating exciting cricket, if it's the form of Test match, T20s, one-day cricket, 100 ball, that's what we're trying to do. That product is what we're continuing to enhance. It just means that sometimes Test matches are still exciting, but they can go to the start of the 5th day and not get that whole day, or 4 days.
Absolutely,
I think this is where the game's evolved. It might not stay 5 days forever, but as long as it's creating that same exciting brand, I think all forms will be really exciting, and we'll have girls and boys looking to play all forms of cricket, or pick a cricket form that they enjoy the most. It's okay. Let's sometimes have choices within cricket. Now it's not just you can only play one form. We can see across the world that players, men and women, choosing what forms that are exciting for them. Great.
Absolutely.
Our sport now has levels and flavours that you can choose. I think cricket has evolved that way, which is fantastic. Otherwise, it's not just, if you don't play Test cricket, you can't play any form.
Exactly, and great. I mean, we've seen that coming through, and we have certain players that are clearly say talents would have the skill to be able to play at all three levels and want to play at all three levels, and that's fine. But you have got, with the emergence of T20 franchises across the world and T20 leagues, and the money that they're bringing into the game, which we can't ignore that, is very important, and that's really nicely played, and out to long off by Rennie. But it's important that those things are taken into consideration. We have some outstanding, as you do in Australia, I mean, some outstanding players that are playing across all three formats, but you do as well have players that are more suited to the longer form of the game, or maybe one-day internationals, which is really almost a hybrid that's going to land safe, is it? Yes, it is. And just those teasers, aren't they? They're terrible ones, those.
Yeah, it is. We will be telling, Rich, because he runs sideways, he's not going to get to that. So one of my good mates in the side, obviously being an SA boy, we tell him he's probably not going to win too many sprinting races because both feet go outside. A duck's going to beat him, you see. But anyway, we have a great fine system in the Aussie side, so that is definitely a fine, because we'll call that a drop catch.
With you,
because most people would have got to it.
Yeah, there we go. No, anyway, definitely.
It's always good fun.
It is always good fun, and that's like you're saying. You're talking about some of those traditions, the dressing room tradition, just getting a dressing room going and making sure that you've got that vibe going in the dressing room and the teams together, and that's really what is so fantastic. You sort of sense that just straight a bit down the leg side. Doesn't look happy about that, does he? You're saying to the ump, you sure you didn't get a scratch on that?
Yeah, James.
It's great, isn't it? And that's what I think. Just sets it apart as a game. I think it's very different. Is that going to be taken? No, it's not. Just over the hand. Just think very, very high. Just had to jump up into the air and try and take that one, and just through the hands and over the boundary. A difficult catch to take, and he's taken one outstanding catch today, and really looking good in the field. Those are never easy to take above your head like that.
You need to grow off your witches within a couple of seconds sometimes. So it was a great effort.
It was a great effort indeed.
Once again, counter punching. This game's gone from a bit of an arm wrestle, and
we're now into the 34th, or is it 35th? I normally would be updating my scorecard, but we're now into the 35th, 168 for 6. So last ball of the 35th, and that's in the air, and that may go. It doesn't go all the way. It's 1 bounce 4. Sorry, 2 or 3 bounces 4 as it dies in a mole heap on the outfield. But it's some big hitting here from both these two left-hand and right-hand batters now, and that has moved Zimbabwe up to 172 for the loss of 6 after 35. So 5 overs to go, and they need 48 to win. So it's game on.
Absolutely game on. These two have come out and showed their intent, and everything's going to have to go right now for both sides. They're going to have to clear hitting, access boundaries. We're going to have to take catches and be ready. But it's as we were saying before, it's an expansive country like Australia. We've all come around from different parts to create the right vibe, to create the right connections. We can't train together necessarily. It was a bit hard. So we had a couple of warm-up games. We did a lot of Zoom meetings. Like, isn't it funny how?
It's a good hit, isn't it? It's well fielded in the deep there. Who's that out there on the boundary? That's
Peter Atkinson.
Peter Atkinson, your opening bowler. He bowled exceptionally well today. 8 overs, 1 for 24. Outstanding stuff. Kept
From Victoria.
Really, really tight.
2 metre Peter.
2 metre Peter. I like that. Oh, he's bowled him. He has bowled. Gavin Rennie's gone. That's a good delivery from Ryan Snape from around the wicket. Just perhaps the one that's coming on and not going away from the left-hander, and he's trying his best to play that one out the ground to the short boundary. And Gavin Rennie, that was really a really good innings from the former test player for Zimbabwe, Gavin Rennie, and he's out, bowled by Ryan Snape for 38 off 37 deliveries, and it is the man with him at the crease that you feel is going to have to take it home for Zimbabwe, as I think it probably is, and it is indeed Pit Rinka who's coming to the crease. So you've got probably the two biggest and hardest hitters of the ball for Zimbabwe at the crease now, and tries to choose my words carefully there, as two big units, as you would call them. I mean, both opening bowlers, in fact, for Zimbabwe, and Rinka had a very good spell, 3 for 34 earlier on today.
Maximised the conditions.
He did.
Was the right type of bowler. Created some false shots, and bowled a lovely opening spell. He was probably licking his chops when we said we'll have a bat first, and he's thinking I'll have the new ball, and he pushed up the hill and used everything that the deck offered, and a new ball can do. So it was, from a bowling point of view, you were.
He did well. I did use the conditions well, and was able to restrict your top order really, and which has been in very, very good form throughout the tournament. But it's probably not bad in some ways that you did have the chance for lower orders to score some runs. You're going into the semi-finals now, and you'll be playing against South Africa. Sorry, you were playing against New Zealand. Sorry. Oh, he bowled him. He's going for the big hit, and he's bowled him. So great over this from Ryan Snape. And he's taken the wicket of Pete Rinka, trying to go over the top early on to increase that run rate, and doesn't manage to do so. So Rinka, a big wicket there. In fact, in this over, 2 very big wickets for Ryan Snape. And as you were saying, Jamie, it's like, this is it. This is what it's all about now, as we get down to the business end, isn't it? 48 off 5, and you're thinking, okay, we're in with a sniff. Got to really keep hitting though. We need at least one big boundary and over, and you don't get it. You sort of thinking, okay, what am I going to do next? And
and interesting, maybe a few decades ago, it's probably out of reach. But look at the bats, look at the size, look at your skill, look at the way we play. Suddenly you're going, we're right into it. But this game's had just those counter punches. It's had the arm wrestles. It's had one take some momentum, the other comes back. It's been really to Zimbabwe's credit, and our boys, that there's just been a really good contest. So one grabs some momentum. We'll need to do something. We'll do a late counter punch before we go, before we finish our innings, and then they'll come out and play well, and then we'll need to fight back. It's been wonderful.
No, it's been a really great, good game of cricket to watch. I'm so happy that we managed to get in almost a full game, 40 overs aside, good amount of overs, and still being able to have a decent game of cricket, and be able to, as we saw both with the bowling and batting, is be able to get in and be able to set your stall and then really play, which is the game. Look at Gavin Rennie's 38 off 37. Balls was a good innings from him with 4 boundaries, so he was able to get in, still batting at a run a ball, and that's really all is needed. I mean, 5.5 and over the target. So Scott Jarvis now going to be coming back on, and his first spell were equally impressive. Really was impressed with him. 2 for 19 off 6. So
he's been
coming back on now, and only 4 overs to go. So the end of 36. It's Zimbabwe 173 for 8, so 1 run off that over and 2 wickets. So look at that over for Ryan Snape, and you think that's a game changer.
Double wicket over, and look, Scott Jarvis as well. It's
absolutely. He's been bowling brilliantly. Only
this
going
whole
at
campaign, he's been very good.
Okay.
He's been
awesome.
Really good. This is just what he's done each game he's played. So it's great because he's such a consistent. We get a consistent output from.
Oh, again, now they're having to go for it. Now needing 12 and over to win. So, 2 runs a ball. You're going to have to hit probably at least 2 boundaries in and over, if not more. And you can see the intent from the Zimbabwe batters. As many fielders on the boundary as you can have, and 2 on the off and 3 on the net. Maybe a catch. It is a catch. Should be a catch, and it is, because Justin is not going to miss those, is he? Justin Poole, he's taken his 3rd catch as it's up in the air from the very effective hitting of Mark Nicol, but he has to go this time, and 3 crucial blows for Australia in the last 2 overs now as Zimbabwe seek to increase the run rate, and that is the very, very dangerous Mark Nicol, who is gone, and you have to feel now advantage Australia as Zimbabwe go to 173 now for 9, and just the 1 wicket left to fall, and it is going to be, I think, Mark Farrell who's come to the crease for Zimbabwe. Yeah, indeed, Mark Farrell, the opening the bowler for Zimbabwe, and he's come in to the crease, and just the 1 wicket away now from clinching this. And you think at the beginning of the last over you're sitting at 172 for 6, sorry, and now 3 wickets have gone down within the space of 7 deliveries.
If we had WinViz, as we usually ask the viewers, would probably be, I'd like to think would probably be 90-10 maybe.
I think probably would be.
We'd like to be 90-10. If WinViz was up on pitch vision, we'd take it. But look, you never know. And
no, you don't. But
Mark
absolutely.
Mark, I think, was talking to him before. He's South Africa. He's now living in South Africa.
Yes, he is. He's living in Cape Town. Yes, apparently going to chatting to the guys earlier on. So it was nice to have Austin Corkin and Ray Buchanan in with me earlier on, and it's been fantastic to have you here with me, Jamie, as we expect probably this match is potentially, well, you never know, do you? Not, but maybe not going to go down to the wire, but you just never know. With the other day, South Africa had I don't know who it was that they were playing against. Made it Sri Lanka, actually. It was, had them 80 for 8, and then 105 for 9, and the final pair put on 77.
Amazing.
And it was amazing. That's beautifully played, actually, there down into the deep. I don't think it's going to go all the way, but it's been really well played by Farrell, and they're through for 3 into that long boundary on the offside. So it was a good shot, actually, and it just came off the bat really nicely. You were talking a bit about the bats earlier on, and the bats certainly, I mean, from when I remember when I was playing, bats were certainly nowhere near as effective as they are now.
I mean, to get
the... Oh, he has given him, that's the end of the game. So that one, Angley going into middle and leg stump, and missed by the batter Erasmus, and it is the end of the game. Australia have won this match here at Groot Drakenstein, and very good victory for Australia in a match which Zimbabwe really fought hard. 178 all out, victory by, in the end, by 41 runs for Australia. And it's been great to have Jamie Pinelli here with me in the commentary box. Not really a box, in commentary this afternoon. Absolute privilege to have you here in the Australian team. Really wishing you all the best for the semi-final against New Zealand. Hope that goes really well. It's going to be a tough one, I think. Good game ahead there. And it's been an outstanding day today here at the ground.
James, it's been a privilege. I must admit, when we came here, we did not see all the glory that surrounds us. This is one of the most picture. I mean, for the guy behind the camera, it's pretty easy because it looks absolutely picturesque. I don't know if they get the whole perspective here.
We have done, for some of it. You know, been able to zoom out to show you. He's doing that right now. Is Scott, our cameraman. Scott's guys here do a great job. There we go. You can see it there on the screen. It looks absolutely beautiful. That is, that's exactly what we're seeing. And as the afternoon sun starts setting in the west, it just puts those shadows on the mountain. It looks just beautiful.
Rolling the whole 360. If we had the opportunity, it was a bit overcast. We had some rain, and we got told how beautiful this place is, and we're just hoping it can live up to its expectation. But it's been wonderful to join you.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us. Thank you to Cape Town and South Africa on behalf of the Aussie side as well. So for everyone listening at home, thanks for all the support locally from all the Aussies. We really appreciate it. We're going to give it a really red hot crack against New Zealand on Tuesday. But also thanks to all the local viewers for their hospitality on behalf of the Australian Over-40s cricket team. We've loved every minute here, and hopefully a good week to come.
Thank you so much, Jamie. It really has been a privilege to have you with me. I really appreciate it, and say all the best for the rest of the tournament.
Thanks, James. Thanks,
Thank
and
you.
good calling from here.
Yeah,
thanks
you
again.
very much.
Thanks
a lot. All right,
cheers.
Bye now. So thank you so much there to everybody who's joined us today. Jamie Pinelli from Australian team. Wonderful to have his insights there into the team, as well as having earlier on Ray Buchanan and Austin Corkin from the Zimbabwean team, and the news here from the Over-40s World Cup with a match between Australia and Zimbabwe, where Zimbabwe fought really hard and were in this game right up until the 35th over. You must say it was a fantastic attempt by them to get to this total of 220, and in the end Australia prevailing by 41 runs, the victory in the end. And really a really good game of cricket at a beautiful venue, as Jamie was saying, and as he's gone back to celebrate with his team members another outstanding win for Australia. They go through in second position. They go through in second position in their group behind England. England victorious again today, and take top spot in that group with 5 wins. And England will be playing against South Africa. It will be Australia against New Zealand in the semi-finals of the Over-40s World Cup. South Africa recording a 6-wicket win today against India, and really is going to be some fantastic cricket. The playoff places for the positions 5, 6, 7, 8 will be between the teams that finished in 3rd and 4th positions in their groups, and the playoff positions, playoffs for positions 9, 10, 11 and 12 will be between the teams that finish 5th and 6th in their groups. So still a lot of opportunities for these teams to get to those positions, but the key thing here today from this result is really that Australia, we know, are going to be playing against New Zealand, and we know that South Africa are going to be playing against England in those semi-finals, and all those 6 matches for the playoff positions taking place on Tuesday this week. We really look forward to you joining us, every single one of those, on YouTube, on Pitch Vision. Also will be on SuperSport YouTube channel. You will be hopefully joining us then and following your team as they go into those final knockout stages of the tournament. It's been a wonderful round robin phase of the competition. Some fantastic cricket, some really tight results, and at the end of it all, it is in this group, it is position England 2nd, Australia and Zimbabwe will be finishing in 3rd position, depending on net run rate, and maybe they'll be joining in the playoffs between 5th and 8th position, and they do stand a very good chance, a very good team as well as Zimbabwe, and they fought hard here today, but just not able to get over the line against an excellent Australian team, and Australia victorious here by 41 runs. Some really good batting down the order from Zimbabwe. Just key contributions: Gavin Rennie 38, Trevor Gripper 33, and with the ball, great bowling from a number of the Australian bowlers, but those really standing out. Peter Atkinson, the opening bowler, first change for Australia, and just the 1 wicket, but just for 24 runs. It was Scott Jarvis, the destroyer-in-chief, 4 for 24 in 7 overs, getting that final wicket, and really bowling outstandingly well. Economy rate of 3.43 to the over. Earlier on today, it was Pete Rinker for Zimbabwe, who took 3 for 34, best bowler for his team. And we're just going to sign off now, just to say thank you from us here at the Over-40s World Cup. This tournament brought to you by International Masters Cricket in association with the Veterans Cricket Association of South Africa. And we really appreciate you being with us. This broadcast sponsored by, in fact the tournament, should I say, sponsored by Sisonke Tourism and Events. That is sisonketours.co.za, SISONKE tours.co.za, providing so much of assistance to these teams. And please, if you do want to travel and you want to come through to South Africa, please get hold of Sisonke Tours. Also, key sponsor Vita24 Vitamin Boost drinks. We have got the City of Cape Town as sponsor, Pitch Vision, who brought this broadcast to you, the visuals and the commentary from Pitch Vision, and a sponsor of this tournament. And the final main sponsor of the tournament, Devil's Peak Beer Company, and they have been providing their beverages to the teams, and they have really been a fantastic sponsor throughout the tournament so far. 1 week to go. There is the cricket equipment supplied by smcricket.co.za, and the behind the scenes Wi-Fi networks and other network and telephone communications items supplied by Softphone VIP. And from us here at the Kruit Drakenstein Cricket Club, at the Kruit Drakenstein Games Club, which is
playing some of the younger British military sides, it certainly doesn't. Our other tradition would we would always never head into the bar or the changing room to have a beer. As our games finish, and again this is a 100-year-old tradition, beers are brought out in a crate and we celebrate and have our first beer on the pitch. Everybody's celebrating that first laid pitch. Anybody that would like to join me with that after the formalities, that'd be great. We have another formality, another tradition, which is anybody that's scored their inaugural 50th for a draft gets to drink a full beer out of their ball box. That you guys don't have to do. That you guys don't have to do if you don't want to. But I think I might like to add that we hosted the UAE and Wales on Friday. 3 Welshmen scored 100s. They were so excited about doing the ball box beer, and it's incredible. I'd like to tell you very quickly about our tree, the shorter, thicker green tree just before the swimming pool. That tree was planted by the late, she was then the Princess Elizabeth. She came out in 1948 with her father, King George, who thanked South Africa for their involvement in the Second World War. And they planted a series of commemorative trees. That was planted in 1948 by the late Queen Elizabeth. Before I hand you on to the serious stuff and the formalities, I'd like to run through my thank yous very quickly. My thank yous are to you guys that have travelled a huge amount of distance of sport playing a proper competitive game of cricket. Well done to you guys. On that note, my next thank you and round of applause definitely goes to the wives and the supporters that follow these guys. Probably have to listen to the torn hamstring, the tweaked calf, and the hangover when they've had a good game of cricket. Well done to you guys for enduring cricketing husbands. I'd like to thank my club members that came and joined today. Thank you very much. They helped put the covers on and off, put the chairs out. They're brying for you now, and thank you guys for all your valuable help. Our new club manager, Darryl Cullinan, he's been thrown into the deep end, but I'm sure you guys will agree with the weather we've had, which is very, very unseasonable. He's produced a deck which, after a bit of drying, and Zach with the leaf blower, produced only 400 runs. Darryl, well done for your great deck. I don't know where you are. And lastly, all the sponsors and organisers, especially Roger Maltz. I enjoy running a few events myself in my little business, and running something like this is not easy. Roger, well done to you. I'm now going to hand you over for the serious stuff.
2 minutes.
Thanks, Jono. On behalf of the IMC National Masters Cricket, I want to echo Jono's thank you to all the club members, to you, Jono, as chairman, and everybody associated with Group Drakenstein Club, particularly Darryl and his wife Ashley behind the bar, and all the members who helped out. And particularly also I want to thank Chris and Sedlick for their excellent umpiring today, and the scorers. And also pitch vision for producing such a top-class commentary. Okay, now we had a really interesting game today. Australia scored 219. Zimbabwe got 178, so I declare Australia the winners by 41 runs. Now, couple of presentations, if I may. First of all, the losing man of the match, Viet, where are you? Yeah. And the winning man of the match is Scott Jobs. And for the spirit of the game goes to Australian Stephen Baker. Jono said, I've been fortunate to have been 5 times at this ground, once in 2014, once in 2016. I played here with the Australian over-60s team, and what Jono says is absolutely right. We were played up with all this fortified wine before we started, and it got worse the second time round, and it did have an effect the second time we came. So it's a great tradition. It's a wonderful ground. There's a mountain around. We'll show you the wicket, the deck, and all the clubhouse. All everybody for coming out here. Thank you very, very much. And that leads me quickly to what's going to happen on Tuesday, the 27th of February 2024. England are going to play South Africa at Greenpoint Cricket Club in the first semi-final of Division of A, and Australia will play New Zealand at Rondebosch Cricket Club. Zimbabwe will play Sri Lanka at Claremont. USA will play India at Cape Town. Canada will play Wales at Claremont, and then Namibia will play the UAE at Durbanville. So all those teams, we wish them all the very best. We know it'll be a crackerjack game in every venue, and we wish you all the very best. And we thank all the spectators for coming out, and have a good evening. Thank you.